live and rolling from the beautiful home of good music, good food, good people. This is Road Gang Radio broadcasting from the Fastport Studios. How you doing, Jimmy Mack?
I am really good. I'm glad you brought up good people, by the way, because Fastport solves America's toughest and recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and, of course, as you said, Dre, people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. So, hey, it's Friday. What do you say, guys, if you're actually giving all of your heart on iHeart, or if you're over yakking up on the tube of you, or if you found some time to make FaceTime on Facebook? By the way, 365 is calling you out. Go to RadioNemo.com and find out about all the groovy things we have to do. By the way, we have to do them. We have to do them because we feel a mandate, as it were, to keep you not only informed but entertained and let you guys be part of the conversation. A lot of chance to chat today. If, in fact, you're on the chat over on Facebook, on the chat over on YouTube, we are racked, packed, and stacked today. By the way, if you want to celebrate a national day of, but don't know which one to celebrate, may I suggest a mashup of sorts here, guys? Let me tell you that you should strive for greatness with a long, relaxing sit in a barber's chair, contemplating a world free of SpongeBob and where all Koreans are free. That's a lot of stuff going on there, isn't it?
I don't know about living without SpongeBob, though.
Well, it's a day without SpongeBob.
Okay.
It's a day without SpongeBob. Maybe we'll dig into that later on. But the serious ones here are today is Strive for Greatness Day.
Always.
It's National Strive for Greatness Day. It's also National Relaxation Day. It is Men's Grooming Day.
Ooh, that'd be fantastic if you can relax and strive for greatness.
Well, no, exactly. What you could do is you can actually get ready to go embrace the day where you're going to strive for greatness by making the appointment at a world-class barber, first-class barber. Sit there, let them do all the bells and whistles, the little machine on the shoulders, have a little conversation, contemplate where you're going next. I mean, by the way, the great practitioner of sitting in a barber's chair, relaxing and striving for greatness, that's an easy one.
That's your cheapest therapy right there.
But you know who that is, right? You know who does that every Tuesday?
Talk to us.
Warren Buffett.
Ah.
Buffett's Tuesdays are spent in a barber chair shooting the breeze with friends and associates and figuring out what is next on the agenda.
I want to meet the man that is his barber, or woman, but I want to meet the person that is his barber.
I think it's a dude, and I think it's a dude that's been a dude's hair for a very long time.
Dude's hair.
Now, it's like really funny, too. I'm willing to bet that his barber is like, there was a tailor I knew, long since deceased, but a tailor I knew who was a multimillionaire. How do you do that? Well, it's really simple. Is you do the suits for very, very wealthy, powerful men in business and in law, and you take their stock tips.
Yeah, and if there's stuff in the pockets, that's all you.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I think there's probably a much more probably legitimate approach, but it's really cool though. But you're right. That's metaphorically. Is there stuff in the pockets? Is there stuff in the pockets? Are they going to leave you a little something? A lot of guys will leave you a tip and a tip.
Hey, that Rolex is still in your pocket. You want me to put it in a little baggie and give it to you? Nah, that's cool.
It's yours. But here's $100. Rather than just spend that on giving somebody a nice tip at a restaurant, why don't you invest it in the following stock? That happened a lot for him, by the way.
Yeah, I heard stories about that.
No, there are people who actually will tell you, I can give you this tip. I can give you a little bit of something, a little bit of money. Or I can tell you what to invest in. I can give you a little money to invest something in. That is not an uncommon thing, by the way. A lot of tailors, a lot of barbers, a lot of people who worry about men's grooming and, the upkeep of people. I know men and women who have taken care of people's houses, valets, maids, all of that kind of stuff, secretaries who have ended up incredibly wealthy by simply listening to the advice of the people that they sometimes have as clients.
Amen.
It's not an uncommon thing. And Dre, you know that too. I mean, there are people who have built empires on the back of a barber chair.
Oh, 100%, especially when it comes to the stories I hear from my brother. And with his original location, it's right down the road from lawyers' offices and tech buildings and the new Amazon.
Boy, that is a really important thing too. I'll often see barbershops. Sometimes I'll see barbershops and I'm like, why did you pick there?
Mm-hmm.
And then you look around and you realize that there's like an industrial plant. There is a light industry plant. There'll be lawyers' offices, the stuff you're talking about.
Exactly, because my I forgot who it was. Oh, it was a family friend. He was basically asking my cousin, it was like, why did you and your girlfriend put a barbershop there? It's down the road from bars. That's not a great environment. He's like, it's across the school from a middle school. It's across the street from a school. And I'm like, smart.
Perfect sense.
Boom.
Makes perfect sense because you got to go. What was the great line? Why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is.
Exactly.
You have to put the things. You have to make sure that your business is where it needs to be. It's not just a matter of having the market and the need, but you've actually got to go be as close to the market as you possibly can be.
Exactly. And we have it as an approachable setup whenever there's a couple motorcycles sitting out front and the kid's like, I want to go there, Mom.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, and the other thing is too, think about this with trucking, guys. Think about where your hubs are, where the headquarters are.
Yeah.
Like, well, our friends from Hawaii, think about where Grain Valley is, where it's located, the available space, the available land that you need. I mean, that's the big discussion, of course, over in Ohio. It's not just a matter of having parking spaces, but having parking spaces in the right places.
Man, when it came to the one OIDA location I saw, it was in the Mecca. It was in the middle of everything. I passed by, I saw it, you couldn't miss it, and then boom, there's so many things around it.
Oh, yeah. Grain Valley?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, man. Grain Valley is exactly where it needs to be. Run on Less continues with more NACFE as Mike McHorst joins us to talk about his experience with Albert Transport. That will be after the upcoming break here. Rich Fredrickson, by the way, he's a West Point grad and a Duke Fuqua School of Business grad as well. He's actually in charge of Black Knight Holdings and the CEO of Road Dog Care. He'll be joining us on the military segment. That's brought to you by Fastport, by the way. Before then, here's a quote for you. Stories have the power to reach where statutes and regulations fall short. We got a documentary filmmaker, and that may well be her manifesto. Susie Singer Carter's documentary, No Country for Old People, by the way, is, kind of making it happen. What's going on, Dre?
Oh, nothing?
You had a look on your face like...
Oh, no, that was just me.
Just
inner turmoil. Yeah, you know how it is.
Inner turmoil,
yeah,
by the way.
Don't mind me.
And at 8:45, by the way, Mike Florio is actually going to be making his way over here. The two worlds he loves so much, football and his ability to craft tough fiction, are combining themselves in The Big Shield, his new book about sports gambling with some pretty tough characters walking through it. Breaker Back Talk will be happening later on in the show during the segment where Lindsay Lawler joins us in the second half. After all, it's Road Gang Radio. In the first half of the show, we make a living. In the second half of the show, we make a life. But it's Friday, so we play a little loosey-goosey with the facts and the figures, give you guys a chance to have a good time. Good morning to you, Trucker Bosun. Good to see Marty Ellis from Salt Lake Truck Show in Lehigh, Utah. Have a lovely Friday. Thank you, sir. Our good friend Chowder says, in regards to our conversation, location. And Trucker Bosun tells our good friend Tara Garris, good morning. Brad Bentley, of course, of Fastport is listening.
Where's he been at?
Doing work.
Oh, okay.
You
He's
know.
got a job. That's
Oh, yeah,
true.
he's the president of a company, by the way.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Fastport,
okay.
by the way, who actually sponsors this studio. We have about 2 minutes or so before we actually have to shift over to the pledge, the anthem, and, of course, the bracing Java of Pastor John. But that being said, there is still a memento to call at 615-292-6366. But tick, 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 tick,
Very
tick,
small
tick, tick.
memento.
I mean, we're talking about as small as you possibly can get. If anything's going on out there you guys want to cover, talk about, please don't hesitate to jump into the chat. This is really kind of a silly and dumb one, and then we'll go to the break with our pledged national anthem and that bracing cup of Java. Truck driver and frequent customer arrested by Pennsylvania cops for stalking truck stop worker. Okay, so the PSP, Pennsylvania State Police, recently arrested a man who allegedly stalked an employee at a truck stop in Smithton. On August the 12th, Michael Lender, 34 years old, was arrested and charged with stalking, harassment, and trespass by motor vehicle, according to the Westmoreland County District Attorney's Office. The PSP, by the way, responded to the truck stop worker's residence on Horn Road in South Huntington Township after she reported that Lender had followed her home in a personal vehicle. Come on, man. The truck stop worker told troopers that after she left work, she noticed a black SUV following her home and into her driveway. She reported that Lender had exited his vehicle and that she yelled at him to leave. The WCDAO said that Lender had allegedly displayed concerning behavior leading up to the August 12 incident. Guys, don't confuse parasocial relationships with actual relationships. It's not good for you. It's not good for them. And you'll end up in front of some, Pennsylvania District Attorney's Office. Not a good thing. We got one phone call very quickly to get to before we jump into this break and get Mike McCourse on the phone. What's going on, Dre?
Man, I'm not exactly sure. I want to take a shot in the dark. I think this is 3.5.
This is 3.5.
That's exactly who it is,
Hey.
man. Good morning, brother. How you doing?
Good morning to you all. Doing okay. Hey, just a real quick, the American Truck Historical Society is not going to be meeting in Cleveland in 2026. The venue is being moved, and the location has not been determined yet, but there are 3 places in the running that once they find out exactly where they're moving the venue to the annual convention, I will sure let you know.
And you can't tell us what the 3 places they're looking at are? You got to keep that close to the vest?
Oh, well, I could. It would only be rumor, but Kansas City is in the front running, and then there's Springfield, Missouri, and there's Madison, Wisconsin, where it was last year, or this year.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. We got a little
But
inside.
that's all just rumor.
That's all just rumor.
They'll make the decision. We do know it won't be in Cleveland. Cleveland has pulled the plug.
My favorite line about that is, don't believe any unfounded rumors unless they come from me. Dre's got one thing for you.
3.5. You need to call more because I need that voice on air. But we got to let you get out of here, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
All right, buddy. Always good talking to y'all.
You too as well. Good piece of information. Here's some good information immediately after our pledge and anthem. The Pastor John is going to get you braced for the day, and then we'll talk to Mike McCourse. Phone Master Dre, Road Gang Radio says, break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Guess what? It is Friday. I want to share this with you before you get out of there. I want to make sure that you know that I'm thinking about you and praying for you. But I want you to think about how important it is for you to be covered over this weekend, because there's a lot of stuff going on in the world today, and I want to make sure that you know that I'm praying for you, and that I love you so much that I want to make sure that you get back on the road and get back on the road safely. And it's found in Psalm 91 verses 1 and 2. He said, "He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will abide in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say to the Lord, my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust." He says that he who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will abide in the shadow of the Almighty. He's letting us know that even in God's shadow, there's protection. And guess what? I want to make sure that you know that I pray that God protects you this weekend from whatever Satan may be trying to conquer up to hurt you. My prayer is that God will hide you in the shadow of his almighty love. God bless you, brothers and sisters. And I want to remind you, because some of you, I think, them forgot about it, that I love you, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. God bless you.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen, and I hope you're all protected this weekend. Back to you, Jimmy. Let's talk to Mike.
Hey, before we get to Mike, don't forget, guys, artificial intelligence is coming whether we like it or not, and it's likely to change the world in ways we can't even imagine. But Jackie Zhao of truckstop.com says changes are already happening. He's been keeping a watchful eye on the way in which AI is being used in trucking right now and ways in which it might be used in the future. He is joining Scott and Ashley on Trucking with OIDA. Plus, they're going to discuss maps with Ed Hassinger, Director of the Missouri Department of Transportation, and also find out how the massive project to widen Interstate 70 across the Show Me State is progressing. That's all part of Trucking with OIDA immediately after Road Gang Radio shuffles off this particular radio coil. Speaking of radio coils, we've been using this one for the past month to give you guys a sense of what Run On Less is all about. Mike McHorse of NACFE joins us, nacfe.org. Head over there to find out more about that amazing program and those amazing folks. Mike McHorse was embedded, is the best way to say it, with Albert Transport. He joins us this morning. Hey, Mike, welcome back.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So tell us a little bit about Albert Transport. Let's kind of set them up first, and then we're going to kind of talk about, your industry engagement. You're taking the lead on diesel fleets in the Run On Less program, but let's talk about Albert first.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. So, today's profile that we're putting up on runonless.com features Albert Transport, who is basically an independent owner-operator, Henry Albert. A couple fun facts. Henry started the company in 1983, so he's been trucking for quite a long time. Fun fact, Henry said the only time he's ever idled his truck overnight is when he had the flu and fell asleep. And other than that, he's very, very fuel conscious, probably one of the top MPG guys in the country running diesel. Lifetime average on his current 2022 Cascadia that he'll be running in the demonstration run, 10.5 miles per gallon, with a lifetime high of, I believe it was 13.7 miles per gallon on that truck.
So basically what you're dealing with here is somebody with a great deal of experience, which means the information, often we have to look at stuff in the aftermath, but if you're in fact embedded with that gentleman, what you're really looking at is a lifetime of institutional knowledge and experience. So you're getting a real sense of what's going on in the moment if you have access to him. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, absolutely. I encourage everybody to get on the website, watch Henry's profile video that we just posted today. If you're looking for information on how to operate a diesel Class 8 truck, get more fuel efficiently, there isn't probably anybody in the industry that knows more about that than Henry, and not only knows it, but practices it every day.
I want to let people know, as we always do, runonless.com /participants / Albert Transport is the one you want to go to out of Laredo, Texas. I do want to talk about your boots on the ground experience, what your time there, what you really got a chance to observe. Although I'm getting a feeling, given your description of Albert, there's really a sense of that we get a sense of where we're going with this. So kind of take it away. What did you learn? What did you discover? And then what are you looking forward to in regards to what's happening in September?
Sure. Yeah. No, it was good. We actually filmed Henry's profile up at the Detroit power train plant up in Redford, Michigan. It was kind of a homecoming for me, having been a Daimler guy for 28 years in marketing roles. Was up there, saw a lot of friends. But it was interesting because Henry, one of the runs that he does, he actually gets up there to Redford and picks up engines and takes those back to Laredo that probably end up in a Daimler factory down in Mexico. So, and that's one of the runs. Henry runs very heavy with the vehicle and through mountainous terrain on his way back from Michigan to Texas, and still cranks out some great numbers. We're looking forward with the equipment we're going to have on the truck. You'll be able to monitor Henry's vehicle performance through a 3-week period in September, and see he's got 3 basic runs that he does. Some of them, they're light enough where he's got lift axles on the tractor and the trailer, and he runs with just those, basically three axle sets down on the ground. So it's exciting. We're anxious. We've got not only the diesel group that Henry's participating in, but we've got hydrogen electric trucks, we've got battery electric trucks, and we've got natural gas. So it's going to be a great demonstration of how these what we call messy middle fuel alternatives are going to perform in the real world, running real freight. So we're excited.
We got a chance, by the way, of course, to talk about what's going on with the UPS over in Salt Lake City and the idea of, being in a valley, essentially being in a bowl, often results in carbon capture of the kind that you really don't want to have. And so UPS made the commitment, of course, to natural gas. Each one of these participants has not just been picked because of their outstanding work and driving records. They've been picked because each one of them offers the possibility of seeing one of these technologies, this messy middle we talk about, in action, and what the advantages and what some of the challenges are going in there. Can you talk a little bit about forging a relationship with Albert Transport, and in forging that relationship, why it is you guys decided to move forward with them as, I don't want to say the guinea pig, because a guinea pig suggests that something could go wrong. This is why you chose to pick them as a way of seeing, let's see this situation operate under its best possible conditions.
Sure, absolutely. So Albert Transport, Henry, participated in the first run on LESS back in 2017. So obviously the relationship was forged with NACFE at that point in time, and has stayed, very active in following his progress toward these incredible fuel economy numbers that he brings in, and it's always nice to be able to go back and talk to somebody to that caliber to make sure that that the advice well, I wouldn't say advice, but the information that NACFE puts out in our reports and things like that is validated with that real world data. So Henry's a great participant from that perspective, and somebody that we can count on to provide real world information that we can pass on to folks who visit NACFE and the information that we provide.
Well, that seems to me, like I said, as I've kind of listened to all of you guys talk over the last couple of weeks, there is the developing strategy of both old and new, is that you want to simultaneously have enough institutional knowledge, not just of trucking, but of what it is you guys do, while at the same time being able to look at new things, onboard new ideas. And it seems that Henry, in some ways, falls under the ability of developing partnerships. We like to say on this show, and some of our contributors always talk about the fact that you're only as good as your partners. And I was kind of curious, if you have a minute, how you guys decide, not only, the idea of, bringing back Henry makes perfect sense. Here's a guy that knows what it is you're up to. He has insights from last time. He forges a real partnership. How do you guys make choices to onboard new people or to look at new folks in regards to run on LESS? When you decide to do this again, how do you make a choice to bring in somebody new? Because the institutional knowledge makes sense, especially when they've got the work and driving record of Albert. But how do you guys make a decision to bring somebody else in new in order to look at whatever else it is that is next?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things there. One is we're looking for people that are, kind of on that, let's call it the bleeding edge a little bit, where, they want to try these new technologies to see how they perform in relationship to generally their standard powertrains that they run. So you might have a fleet that's, 99% diesel, but they're looking at these technologies, like hydrogen electric or something like that, just to see how they perform against their standard. So we obviously look for those people, but then sometimes they find us too. And they might come to us and say, "Hey, when's your next run? We'd love to participate in it. We've got a battery electric fleet joyride running the new Windrose truck this year that kind of came to us that way a little bit too. They loved the opportunity to showcase what they're doing and show how their truck's going to perform. And then you've got your fleets like we'll be talking here in a couple of weeks about Mesilla Valley Transport out of New Mexico, and there's a fleet running in the diesel category that cranks out some for a large fleet some incredible fuel economy numbers, and and they are really looking at all times how to continue to increase those. So it's exciting. We're again a variety of fleets that we want to showcase to make sure everybody really understands what the different technologies are doing out there.
Mike McHorse is joining us this morning, and we're always kind of thrilled to have him along for the ride. Of course, he is the Director of Industry Engagement and the lead on diesel fleets and Run on Less. The other thing is that there is no fuel that we have more data on than diesel in regards to the trucking industry. You made mention of it too, about the idea of how other fleets actually maintain such great mileage. What are you looking for ultimately? We're almost out of time here. What are you looking for ultimately when it comes to diesel? What is the next things that you guys are always focused on? The electric stuff, the natural gas, the hydrogen. I understand that there's a lot of things that are new that are coming your way. What new are you looking for in regards to these diesel runs?
Well, I think the exciting thing specific to diesel and this Run on Less is we've got not only traditional diesel, but we've got fleet running biodiesel and a fleet running renewable diesel. So here's an opportunity for that segment to start looking at ways that they can lower their carbon footprint by running these other diesel products and also maintain that fuel economy. Also in that diesel category, because you've got that traditional powertrain, a lot of these fleets are looking at what other things can they do with aerodynamics and things like that to make that truck even that much more efficient. In Henry's video, you'll notice that he is running a 2022 Freightliner Cascadia, but we also showcased his 2025 next gen Cascadia that he will be starting to operate very soon. And then we talk about a lot of things that truck's going to offer to Henry as well in regards to aerodynamic improvements.
I wish we could actually go on because this stuff is really terrific. Mike McHorse has joined us. Guys, go to runonless.com. And of course, you go to the participants page. It is a beautifully curated page. That video that Mike is talking about it's great. And I can't wait to see what the other truck does sooner rather than later. Mike, I can't wait to get you back on. What you got planned for the weekend?
Well, I'm actually out in Oregon. Escaped Arizona for a couple of weeks to get some cooler weather. So I'm really enjoying it.
By the way, I envy you. I'm down here in New Orleans. It's a little warm, to say the least. Like yesterday, I walked outside after showering, and I was wet all over again. Thank you, Mike. Go have the best of weekends.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
Runonless.com, by the way, NACFE.org is where you can also go. Lots of great stuff happening. We got a great guest coming up here on the other side of this break. If I got it right, Madison, do I have a Susie Singer Carter locked and loaded? Rolling, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. Got some trucking news for you when we get back on the other side. It's Road Gang Radio. By the way, go to ShadyRays.com. They got your back. Cool sunglasses.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Start your engines and crank it up. This is Road Gang Radio, coming at you live from New Orleans with your host, the unpredictable but always entertaining, Jimmy Mack.
Ooh, man, I cringe at some of that stuff. I'm gonna roll with it, but I got to tell you guys, good morning. Big thanks to Mike McHorse, by the way. You really should go to Run On Less. It really is. And by the way, I always say, even if you're not like directly interested in the thing itself, it's always important to check out websites, occasionally Madison, that really kind of do something really, really well, because I've often found if you're going to steal, whether you're a filmmaker or whether you're a writer or whether you're a businessman, I've always encouraged people, stealing's okay. Not stealing directly from somebody else's proprietary model who's in your field is a good kind of practice. Steal from places that aren't you.
Yeah, steal like an artist.
Well, steal like an artist in the sense that it's like if you're going to appropriate stuff from something that isn't in your wheelhouse. We talk about the idea of using college football recruiting tactics for recruiting the truck drivers of the next generation, the trainers of the next generation. All that stuff is really kind of appropriate. By the way, our good friend Dennis called, Mr. 3.5. He called about the ATHS. It will not be in Cleveland. Hold on, guys. I'm going to cough. You haven't even got to pause me. Thank you very much. The ATHS is not in Cleveland. They're looking at Kansas City, Springfield, Missouri, and Madison, Wisconsin. Kansas City is the front runner, by the way. Thank you for that. The other thing is, too, if you heard the commercial spots over the break, Jane Jazrawi joined us yesterday. Usually she joins us for The Future Was Yesterday or for Education Station. Begrudgingly, and I'm not kidding, even though it's her company, she's the CEO at Carrier's Edge, begrudgingly, she and I got a chance to talk about what Carrier's Edge actually does. If you don't know, check out that content that has been posted. We'll be posting content all day long today after this show. Most of yesterday's show is already up. If you missed any of it on the Tube of You, you can head over there, including a very long rant that I had about the shortage of diesel mechanics. I'm still angry about it, Madison. We're going to get to our guest here in a second, but I'm still really aggravated about this. It makes me knuckin' futz. It really does. The idea is like, I don't understand why we have a diesel shortage. And yet, ATRI's telling you low pay, a lack of career planning, and the expense of having to buy the tools and the equipment are preventing people from getting into the industry. How could we solve that?
Perhaps provide the resources.
Yeah, perhaps. That might be a really good idea. Information is also a really important resource. And sometimes when statutes and regulations fall short, stories have the power to reach. That is almost a manifesto of sorts for Susie Singer Carter's documentary, No Country for Old People. By the way, this is something that a lot of you guys are going to be dealing with over the next couple of years. Many of you who are behind the wheel of trucks fall between that age group of 45 to 65. Many of you have older parents, people you care for, people who fall under your purveyance, as it were. And even under the best of conditions, you may find that what's going on in elderly care is not what it has been advertised to be. Just in time for National Senior Citizen Day, we would like to welcome and say good morning to Susie Singer Carter. How are you? Welcome aboard. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here, even though it is very early in Los Angeles.
I have actually sympathy because while I'm in New Orleans, I used to do the show on a regular basis from Santa Clarita, California, right above you.
Oh.
And so I have nothing but unending empathy. Although a lot of the guys that are listening right now, they've been on the road forever and a day. But I really appreciate you making the time. Let's talk about what it is the documentary directly addresses, because what it does The idea is so great, as good documentaries do. You dive into something very specific, and then from doing that, we're able to draw a much larger picture from that point on. But give us the 30,000-foot view.
Oh, wow. Okay, so, 3 years ago, I was navigating my mother through the last 6 months of her life, which I didn't know was going to be the last 6 months of her life. And she was living in a 5-star nursing home here in Los Angeles, and really thought that she was in a place that was wonderful, that I could sleep at night. I could feel that she was being well taken care of. And it was during COVID 2022, and we were kept out from seeing our loved ones. There was all kinds of crazy protocol going on, not just in Los Angeles, across our country. And when we couldn't see our loved ones other than on Zoom once a week, it was very difficult to really watch their health and make sure that they were actually getting the care that they were supposed to get. And it became very clear over the months that my mom was just kind of disappearing before our eyes and turning out. And then when we finally did get to see her in person, it wasn't shortly after that she ended up in the hospital with a stage 4 pressure sore, which is a bed sore, more commonly known as a bed sore. And I had no idea, A, what a bed sore really was, let alone a stage 4. And along with that, she had pneumonia and sepsis and 10% kidney functioning, and on and on and on. And it was really the start of a slippery slope. And trying to navigate my mother's well-being over the next 6 months was a trip through hell, really, because I could not get the help that she needed or the help that the doctors ordered from the hospital. The nursing home only wanted to put her into hospice and keep her, and I'm putting air quotes, comfortable, right, with the opioids. And I really thought I was going insane. Everything I was saying, I was getting a counter back. No, this is normal. This is, people, this is what happens when they get older. You have to just, roll with it. We understand it's difficult, and just on and on. And I knew in my heart, there's something wrong. And why am I the only one seeing this, right? So I finally had a conversation with my now partner, who became on as a guest on my podcast, which was Love Conquers Alls, and my mom had Alzheimer's, and my partner is Rick Moncastle, a very esteemed federal prosecutor who was retiring in 2022. He was portrayed in the miniseries Dope Sick on Hulu. He was the main prosecutor who went after Purdue Pharma for their manufacturing OxyContin, and the Sackler family is a very famous case. And he also, I found out by watching the miniseries, that he also was taking on a case against another pharmaceutical, which was Abbott Labs, for off-marketing a drug called Depakote to nursing homes. And it was a huge case. They were marketing that as if it were candy, practically. And my mom was a victim of that as well. That is a drug that is made for anti-seizure for people with epilepsy, but they found it works in keeping people sleeping in nursing homes, because nursing homes are chronically understaffed. And what that did was, I didn't know that she was on a drug. Feel free to jump in anytime if I'm talking to you.
No. And I like I said, I wanted to cover, and you can keep on going, by the way, but I wanted to give you a full platform, because it's exactly what I was hoping to do, is the fact that often when look, the quote is there from your colleague, where statutes and regulations fall short, stories have the power to reach. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. The idea is that you had an opportunity, because you have a unique set of skills. To quote from another different kind of movie, you have a unique set of skills to be able to communicate to people in a way of what it is your mom was going through. And that, of course, opens the door. What you and your mom go through opens the door for you to say, well, if this is happening at a 5-star location, if this is happening at the best, what is going on in this country when it comes to the care of the elderly, correct?
100%. Yeah. let me just cap that up about the drugs, and we'll move on to that. But the drug, when I had Rick Moncastle on my podcast, and he was gracious enough to come on and explain why this is happening, what happened to my mom, because taking that drug, I didn't know she was even on it, was given to her without my permission, and I was her conservatora person legally. I was told by her regular doctor after she had a checkup saying, your mom's on this drug. It's actually a black label drug, which signifies that it is very dangerous for the particular person that's taking it, meaning someone who's elderly or has a particularly dementia. It can be deadly. Can I take her off of it? Of course. I had no idea, and that's what rendered her, because she was totally healthy physically. Suddenly she's in a wheelchair and she's incontinent. So Rick was the first one to tell me what you're dealing with is not specific to you and your mom's facility. In fact, he had been prosecuting nursing homes for over 2 decades for fraud and for neglect and abuse. And he said, even if he won his individual cases, he hadn't seen any change in 20 years. And in fact, the industry had gotten worse. It's a systemic crisis. And this is the first I'd ever heard of this. So at the end, you're talking about stories. And at the end, when my mom passed away, sooner than she should have, Rick and I put our heads together, and he said, you're a storyteller. What are you going to do? Because I said, I got to do something. And he said, well, you're a storyteller. Tell the story. And he said, and he had been wondering what he was going to do with his 15 minutes of fame from Dope Sick. And he said, now I know what I'm going to do. I want to do this documentary with you. And so off we went. And I was grateful to have Rick because he understood the politics of it. He understood the business model, and we went and we interviewed over 80 people who've been advocating for decades, because this has been going on for over 50 years, the same business model, and uncovered the business model of what's been happening in our long-term care system. And I say long-term care because it isn't just elderly care, because there is a big percentage of residents that live in long-term care that are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, because by the grace of God go all of us. We could be in a car accident tomorrow and have to, be cared for 24/7. Or we could, right?
I am, the thing is too, I have 2 elderly parents, neither of whom is in a home. They live together. They actually just celebrated they've been married for over 60 years.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah, and they both are completely in charge of their wits. They are so fortunate because it's a big house that has been converted into 2 houses. So my sister, brother-in-law, and their family live next door, right next door. We all kind of take turns. There are 5 of us. We come from a big family. So there are 5 of us who kind of rotate in and out of shopping trips for them, keeping them incredibly active. But the idea that would hit me so hard in your story is that they drugged your mom to manage her. That's the thing. It's like there are things that are crimes, and there are crimes that are not sins, by the way, and there are crimes that are sins. And this is a sin. And I mean that straight up, in the sense that you take a vibrant woman, the idea of my mother and father, both of whom were in their 80s, and the idea of me walking in at some point and realizing, where have you gone? I mean, look, people, Alzheimer's, and dementia, those are things that, we're doing our best to kind of combat. But if in fact somebody, because of the way they have taken care of themselves and their genetics, should be living a vibrant, happy lifestyle in their later life, and you made a decision to make sure that the care she got was highly recommended and supposedly the best it could be. My brother, he's got a son with autism, and he's become an advocate for people of lesser means who have children with autism. And he is constantly horrified by how we take care of the people, how the people who are supposed to take care of these people often just kind of say, I'm going to get you as quiet as possible and keep you out of the way. That's what happened here.
Right.
That's what happened here.
Exactly. And the reason why that happens, well, it's, we talk about in the documentary, there's ageism, and then with your nephew who has autism, it's ableism, and then if you have a combination of ageism and ableism, someone who there's such stigma against people with dementia. There's such a misunderstanding that they're just not there, or they don't feel pain, or they don't feel happiness, or they don't love to still live, right? They don't understand because no one's taken the time, because they don't have the time, really. So there's a very big stigma because often they don't have the voice that someone else might have. So they're voiceless, and because of that, they're much more, they're prey. They fall prey to being taken advantage of. And it all comes down to, like everything, follow the money, right?
Right.
Because there is a lot of money to be had in this long-term care industry.
As a matter of fact,
an industry.
Let's get into some of that right now because, like I said, we have a lot of listeners out there, many of whom spend long periods of time on the road. And look, guys, make this really clear. This is not about families abandoning people because I don't know. A friend of mine was actually. I'm not being glib here. A friend of mine is a big fan of Happy Madison and Happy Gilmore, and I said, why? And he said, because the struggle that he goes through in that movie of what he sees at the old folks' home and what's actually happening to his grandmother, he said, it's a joke and it's funny. He said, but a lot of people are struggling to kind of make ends meet or trying to take care of a loved one in a managed facility only to find that they're being fleeced and the person they love. It would be one thing if people were getting fleeced, but the care was first rate. We could kind of be like, we okay, you know what? We can kind of look the other way. You enriched yourself, but man, the quality of life here is spectacular. But it's a double whammy is what we're talking about. Let's talk about Michigan for a second, okay? You took a look at Michigan about the funneling of money into, just talk about the funneling of money from elderly care and where it ends up going.
Sure. So it is, I think you're referring to a particular article that you have, but Michigan is just emblematic of every one of our states has this problem, and the business model has been of long-term care for like I said, for over 5 decades, has been infiltrated by venture capitalists and real estate investment groups that find it very easy to game the system because of the ageism. No one's looking. It's very easy. Corporations have veils, as most of us know, that they are protected by those corporate veils, and so it looks like one of our experts says, who has been doing forensic study and going to Congress screaming for transparency because it looks just like criminal enterprise. When they say tunneling, they're tunneling the money from the facilities that really aren't to blame. They are only listening to their owners on this is their marching orders. They either fulfill them or they don't work there, right? And on top of it, they're tunneling the money, aka washing it, through other businesses, which are called related parties. So the corporations and the owners at the top may own the real estate, the offices, the management offices, the vendors, the nursing agencies, and on and on and on, right? And then they will raise their costs to the facility that they also own and pay themselves these exorbitant fees, and then go to CMS, which is the Center for Medicare, Medicaid Services, and tell them, we just don't have the money. Medicaid and Medicare doesn't pay enough money for us to staff at this number that you are requiring. Therefore, give us more money or we can't do it. But in fact, there's plenty of money to staff properly. Understaffing is the root of all the evil that happens in these facilities, because you can't expect someone, a CNA, a certified nursing assistant, or a registered nurse, to take care of 18, 20, 30, often 35 people in a day in an 8-hour shift. They can't. It's impossible when people require a certain amount of care. And although there are regulations in place, the oversight and the enforcement is performative at best. So ask me why it is like that.
Okay. The thing is, how did we get to this point? Why is it like this? Because, we know the horror stories about the late 19th century. There are some famous true crime stories about what went on in regards to taking care of elderly people. but we still haven't solved this problem. This has been going on. I mean, this has been going on since time immemorial in certain cultures. Why is this continuing to happen? Why can't anybody stand up and say enough is enough?
I asked the same question. Where there's money to be made, you're going to have corruption. You just are, and that's why we have societies. That's why we set up checks and balances, right? But when the checks and balances are being overlooked because we have lobbies, and lobbies are very wealthy, and their one job is to keep everything status quo. So, in fact, there is a nursing home lobby. They are very strong. According to my partner, Rick Moncastle, who has, he's done two very big successful cases against pharmaceutical companies, says they are stronger than a pharmaceutical lobby. But no one knows this. And actually, a lot of people don't even know what a lobby is. People have said to me when I was in the middle of, they do now. They ask me, well, where's the lobby? Can't the lobby help you? And I said, the lobby is our enemy. The lobby is lobbying to keep everything the way it is. The lobby is putting millions of dollars into the coffers of our politicians for their campaigns. They are embedding themselves in our legislature, and that's why traditional advocacy hasn't worked. The kind where you write your congressman, the kind where you go to Capitol Hill and you have speeches and you talk and you have meetings with Congress, and they will take bills under consideration. They might even pass a bill, but nobody is going to enforce them.
Is there?
There's not going to be any. Yeah.
Is there a grassroots solution here? I mean, I hate to kind of. I mean, I'm going to say something. You're going to be like, if you think that hasn't been tried. I mean, it almost begins to feel like that anyone who has anybody in elderly assisted care, that it's almost like grammar schools. One of the things I remember when I worked in the public school system is at the best high schools, we had a group that we would do cultural resets in grammar schools and in middle schools. And one of the ways that we found, despite the fact that, by the way, schools are big business too, that we discovered was that by having these parents associations, these organic parent associations, were you able to ever encounter in your journeys associations of people who were, let's just say it's a larger elderly facility, where the people who actually had people there formed an organization to continually put pressure on the institution to make sure that it did the things it said it was going to do? I did notice that there were a couple of elderly facilities that we've dealt with. I'm one of 32 grandchildren, so we got a couple of old people walking around.
Wow.
Is that they would really press in. I mean, they would gather people together and show up down at the old folks' home, and I mean good elderly folks' homes, and be like, hey, we just want to make sure that the big gumbo dinner actually is happening. We want to make sure the dance is happening. We want to make sure that everybody is cognizant and awake, all of that kind of stuff. Is there a grassroots effort to kind of begin to put pressure on these folks to do what they're supposed to do, their actual jobs?
Yes. Well, here's the thing, and what you're right on point, because there is a lot. Most facilities have family councils, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And they will. It's the PTA for elders, and
exactly.
It's family council all the way. And the problem is that when you're dealing with a specific facility, and when you watch the documentary, and I hope everyone does, one of our experts who is the forensic accountant who's been doing this for 20 years and knows this business model will tell you that it's not the facilities at the bottom, it's the owners at the top of the pyramid, right? So when you're going as a family council and you're saying to them, listen, we just want to make sure this is happening. We want to make sure that nobody's getting pressure sores, because, by the way, pressure sores are a never event in regulations from CMS, because they're emblematic of neglect. So are falls, so are UTIs, which are bladder infections, basically. And most of us, I'm sure people are shaking their heads if they're listening to me right now, have been told, no, you can't avoid falls, you can't avoid pressure wounds, and you can't.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
Yes, you can.
Oh, yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Right?
By the way, I got two 82-year-old people who, by the way, have vibrant lives, who managed to somehow avoid bed sores. We have never had a discussion of that in in that home, and that is not just because they are lucky. That is because they're
cared for.
They're cared for. I mean,
That's right.
It's straight up that. I mean, that's a lot of.
It's
Look,
straight up that. You got it. You totally get it. It's about grassroots. You're right, but it's about the reason why I did this documentary is because I want to say to people, don't let this happen to you. Go in with your eyes open. Come and let's be a community again. We need to, because the only way things change when we're up against a big machine like a lobby and a lot of money at risk is when people use their voices collectively. Like any movement that's ever happened in change, large change, like vote and the Disability Act, all those things came from families who were fed up and said, we're done. Let's get together and let them know as constituents that we are tired of this and we're not going to let it happen. We know what's going on. And that's what we are at. We're leaving everybody at the end of the documentary saying, we can change this. We can change this, right?
Let me tell you something, by the way. I have to ask you this question because we have so many of our listeners are over-the-road truck drivers, many of whom have elderly family members that they can't be there with because they're away for 3 to 4 weeks, sometimes a month at a time. What can you do if you have folks over in these places where you are literally not able to be there for them? Are there steps that you can take in regards to making sure that you have friends on the ground or these organizations who are checking in with you? It's all we have time for, by the way. And Susie Singer Carter is joining us this morning. I want to give her the last word. What can our friends out there on the highways and byways do to make sure that they're advocating for this and getting it taken care of?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to say, since we're short on time, I'm going to say, please watch the documentary. Take some time and watch it. All of it's explained in there, and it's information that you want to know because it's not just your parents. It's going to be you someday, and everyone is going to get older, God willing. So take some time. There are organizations. There's Ombudsman. There's if it gets really bad, there's the Adult Protective Services. But all of them are a bit toothless in a way that the machine is so big. We need to do grassroots movement. We need to get together. We have a movement that we've created called ROAR. We launched it. It's for respect, oversight, advocacy, and reform for long-term care. We are collecting warriors across the nation who can
Nicely done.
That can't.
Nicely done, warriors. I like that very much. Susie, I got to let you go, but let me make sure people are clear about this. It is already out. It is on Amazon. Is it on Hoopla, Spectrum, Charter, Cox, Xfinity, and Tubi yet?
Tubi starts today, so it's Hoopla, Tubi, and Amazon Prime.
Fantastic.
Today, and then it will roll out to more.
Yeah, hey guys, you got no excuse now. It is going to be soon to be everywhere. Guys, you need to check this out. I can't thank you enough for waking up at the crack of doom over there. No Country for Old People. Susie Singer Carter has joined us. Best of success. Keep on doing the Lord's work. One of our commenters said we need another Dorothea Dix. Maybe that's going to be your job to become the great advocate for this cause. Thank you so much, Susie.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Road Gang Radio continues on the other side of this. Fast and Furious. It's our military segment brought to you by Fastport. Rich Fredrickson is going to be joining us. Can't wait to talk with him. He is the CEO of Road Dog Care Company. We'll be chatting with him about a whole bunch of stuff to dig into. More news as well. Well, we're making a living so that you guys can give people in elderly care a life.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Truckers, travelers, troubadours, this is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting loud and proud from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans.
Hey, by the way, did you come up with troubadours on your own?
I did, yeah.
That's very nicely done, by the way,
Thank
because
you, thank
troubadour actually does apply to what a lot of the folks out there who are listening on Road Gang Radio, whether they have the audacity to be on Odyssey, whether they are facing down their demons in the Book of Face, whether they're yakking it up on YouTube, whether they're giving their heart not to San Francisco, but to iHeart. Hey, guys, go to RadioNemo.com. You can find all the places we can be found, not just in the real and in the moment, but also on the replay. Lindsay Lawler, by the way, who joins us in just about an hour, her We Should Write now is available on Spotify. It's available on iTunes. It's available everywhere you get your podcast. If you go to that page on RadioNemo.com, you'll see that she's got 4 episodes building. We told her point blank, won't lie to you, we said the first 5 episodes of any podcast, you can't be a maniac about them because nothing's going to go right. Mm-hmm. This has been great for Lindsay because nothing has gone right. There's always been one problem or another. You'll never know. Because, man, oh, man, when people are just real and talking to each other like we do here at Road Gang Radio, keeping you guys safe and keeping you guys focused for your next destination, good things happen. And good gosh almighty, that Emily West episode is exactly where Lindsay wants to take it. All of those episodes are pretty darn terrific, including one with a great acoustic performance. We'll let you figure all this stuff out on your own. Hey, by the way, guys, the ATHS is not going to be in Cleveland. It's actually looking at Kansas City, Springfield, and Madison. Springfield, Missouri, Madison, Wisconsin, Kansas City. You guys should check out the aths.org. That's a great website. Got a lot of good information about what goes on in the trucking world and how we ended up getting here. So I can't recommend that site enough. It's also National Grooming Day, Men's Grooming Day. You know, the idea of getting that haircut, getting that shave, taking care of yourself, and use it as a relaxation point because it's also Relaxation Day. I can't think of a more relaxing kind of situation than to sit in a barber's chair and just let the day roll by as you prepare for Strive for Greatness Day. All those things kind of mixed in very, very nicely. We are absolutely thrilled to welcome our next guest. This has been a long time coming of a conversation. I am delighted to have him here. Rich Fredrickson, the CEO of Road Dog Care Company, joins us this morning. And we're going to actually, rather than me giving you a bio, we're going to actually use the bio as a way of kind of explaining Rich, but also explaining where he's headed. We're going to use where he came from to talk about where he's headed. Hey, Rich, good morning. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Let's kind of talk about your background. You are a West Point grad, and which means you have a background in the military, but a background in a different sort of approach to the military. Can you turn off your background sound for me, brother?
Oh, give this thing, and that'll help.
Yeah, that will help. Thank you, sir.
How's that?
It's you're fantastic. Thank you, sir. My producers are giving me the big thumbs up. Of course, anytime they hear an echo, they start going, "Have we done something wrong?" I've been doing this long enough.
I'm sure it's my fault. It's technology.
It's okay. By the way, I don't really know anything about technology. I just kind of sit behind a microphone and make it up as I go along. But talk about so recently, Rich, this was kind of cool. I had a nephew. He went through his first year at the University of Arkansas. He made the dean's list. He aced it, and then he came home and said, "I don't want to do this." He joined the Army yesterday because he has a proficiency in languages, and they are sending him out to California to kind of study up.
DLI.
Yeah. And he's
Yeah.
going to go do it, and it was his calling, and so we're all kind of supporting him. We're behind him. Talk about your decision to go to West Point and what that means, and then we'll talk about Road Dog Care Company.
Terrific. Yeah. Well, I was just a regular kid in New Jersey, playing sports, doing everything. And my dad, I think, was pretty sneaky. He would take me up to sporting events and all that at West Point. We weren't that far away. And it's really a hard thing to describe. It just made sense to me. And it was, the early 80s. And so Reagan kind of was in office, and things were looking brighter, that kind of thing, and for young kids. And it just made a lot of sense. I liked the place. I liked the feel of the place. So, that's where I landed up. Went through the process like everybody else does, and was lucky enough to get a chance to go.
Because it really feels like in many ways, and of course, the process to get you there is another part of the origin story, but that feels like the beginning of something. Because as I kind of went through your bio and I went through your resume, I began to realize that you are where you are right now in your current role because of all the different things that you've done. A lot of people don't take inventory of who they were to figure out where they are. It seems like you're a man who has a purpose-driven life. That's an important thing. And also secondary, that in having that purpose-driven life, you tend to evaluate what you're going to do before you do it. And then you've kind of pieced this together and said, oh, no, this makes perfect sense, so that each decision is based on the previous accumulating decisions. Can you kind of tell us the road that gets you to your current position as CEO?
Yeah, I think I appreciate you saying that. I'm not so sure I'm that well thought out, but
in retrospect, though, maybe, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I think that's right. When you look back, one of the things is the great thing at West Point is the people you meet and the ideas you get exposed to, and it's a real laboratory. But once you take those ideas and then you get out in the regular Army, which is much more of a regular job. People come to work, and there's politics, and there's all the things that go on, and you start trying to balance those two together of, how does real life work with humans, and then versus these idealistic ideas that you believed in, and finding that balance was really important for me. And it wasn't really easy because, real life is not so easy. So just kind of finding that balance and deciding, okay, based on that, what's important to me, has kind of led me through. In truth, it's brought me into smaller and smaller organizations. And so kind of went, hey, I really like working with a small group of people where we feel like we have a real mission and we can really make a difference. So, that all started, I'll give full credit to my parents. And then, the experiences I had and the things I was taught at West Point really gave me that foundation.
I'm going to say something, by the way. That's one of the simplest and best definitions of college I've ever heard. A lot of people get really kind of go to college and have no idea why they're in college, what the purpose of college is, except that it is what they were told to do next. And the idea of it's the people you're exposed to and a real laboratory. And the idea that a lot of people, when they get to college, hopefully they figure it out after the first year, but some people get through college, and then I've always said many people go to grad school because they want to be able to go to college again and appreciate what they weren't actually doing while they were there. And so you do this, you understand that it's about connections with other human beings, but also about playing with thought and testing ideas against each other. And in that kind of thing, you're then able to kind of enter into the workforce and do that. Talk a little bit about your transition from the military, what it means to go from the military into civilian life, because our friends at Fastport, who sponsor the studio, and myself, by the way, it's a big project of mine. It's a big project of RadioNemo, a big project of Fastport. How did you make the transition from the job that was the military into the civilian sector?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun because, I love to tell the story. I didn't know anything. And so I got a job with Baxter Healthcare, a big company in Chicago. But I was at a manufacturing plant in Jacksonville, Texas. And I didn't know any better. they said, we're going to start on October 15th. So I went up the month before and rented an apartment, got myself ready, because if you start October 15th, I'm ready for work. And I got there, and there were some other military guys ahead of me. And one of them said, well, did they put you up in a place? Did they give you relocation? I'm like, I don't know what any of that is. And he went storming into the HR guy's office and said, you took advantage of him. But the point was that the background I had in the military was you just come ready to work. And getting into the civilian life where there's still that same focus to be successful, but you really have to find the rhythm of how that organization works, and what's the pace of it. And in truth, I didn't have to get up and go running and do push-ups every morning, and just finding a routine that worked for me. That was, the one thing the military said is, we'll tell you what to wear and when to be there. And neither of those things were true in civilian life. So again, the little things were a big part of it, where you just said, whoa, I now have to have a plan for this. And literally, I didn't have furniture. And it's just amazing the things. My uncle's advice was just get all black socks. That way you don't have to worry about finding the pairs. And those are just silly things, but he had come out of the Air Force, so he knew, you're a grown man basically, but you've never had to dress yourself, and that's just an example of kind of getting used to being able to, process all of this on your own and not have somebody giving you a roadmap.
Let me make the comment that imitation is the highest form of flattery, and that often I look back over some things that I've actually applied to later lessons in life, that when I went into a new situation decades ago, there was a mentor, I guess you would call him. At first, he was merely a mentor by example, and then I reached out to him and said, hey, do you mind if I study with you? It was a professor, and I remember kind of mimicking what he did to kind of get there. If you were talking to a young officer or someone who'd been in the military 10, 15 years, or even just 4 or 5 years, and you said, look, you're going to come out, because your uncle's advice, go get yourself some black socks, is spectacular, by the way, and its simplicity. But what would you tell anybody making that transition out? What would you say, hey, a couple of things are going to happen here, but is it a good model to say, you talk about the idea of finding rhythm. Do you tell people, take the time to actually, rather than hitting the ground like a maniac and trying to push straight in, to really take a moment to kind of look around and see what the culture of the place is like, and to either chart a course for yourself or to make a point of not blending in, but finding the language which to speak, both in your physical bearing and in what you say, to kind of navigate through it? Did I make any sense there, by the way, Rich?
No, it makes complete sense, right? To me, there's two parts to that, right? The one part is, okay, don't go rushing in like a bull in a china shop, because that's kind of what you were taught in the military: solve the problem, right? Nobody else is here to solve it. You solve it. And here, there's processes and there's procedures that may or may not be around in the military. So yeah, step back and pay attention. Right? My number one advice to people is pay attention. Many people can be given the same environment, and one person learns a ton from it, and another person doesn't learn much. And it's all about just paying attention and listening. So that would be my biggest advice. And the other thing, and I have talked to many, many guys and the other thing I said, you got to, where you want to work, what kind of industry, and you're not going to know at first. So give yourself some time to just try things out. Don't just take the first thing that comes. Again, in the military, you didn't really have any say in what your job was. They said, you're assigned to this unit and you're doing this job. And now you have choices, but choices can be really hard because now you have to choose. So take the time to think about how you want to spend your day. Not so much how much money they're going to pay you, but how you want to spend your day. And I don't think enough people do that. And then you hear them say, I can't wait till I can retire. Or can't wait till I get out of here. It's like, well, why are you doing it then? Life is short, man. Take the time to think about how you want to spend your day and find an environment that matches that if you can. Hopefully, if you can. That's, it's easy to say, hard to do.
All right, let's talk. Let's do another shift here and talk about the Duke Fuqua School over at the business program, the MBA there, and then talk about the decision to found Devon Products. Guys, by the way, if you are just joining us, we are thrilled to welcome Rich Fredrickson, West Point graduate, Duke Fuqua School of Business grad, and Black Knight Holdings and CEO of Road Dog Care. But I want to get there in a second, but talk to us about Duke and then talk to us about the founding of Devon Products.
Sure. Yeah. By the way, the first meeting we had at Duke was they taught us how to say Fuqua. And no one knew how to say it.
And I know how to say it only because there's an amazing filmmaker named Antoine Fuqua who actually made Training Day and made the wonderful film Tears of the Sun as well too. And I get to it, I'm like, I'm going to mispronounce it. No, I'm not. You know how to say this. Go ahead. I'm sorry, man.
You know how? No, I'll never forget that because I went in having no idea how to say it. Yeah. But no, but when I got out, I had a great experience. I worked at a manufacturing plant for Baxter in Texas, and I loved every minute of it. But looking at what was next, I decided, I've never really gone to real college, like you mentioned before, and this seems like that would be a lot of fun. And I wanted, again, I had made a choice out of the Army from a limited set of options. I went to a job fair and I said, okay, I'll go work for those guys. And I wanted to see what else was out there. So we packed up our 3-month-old and drove from Texas to North Carolina and went to Duke for 2 years. And it was fantastic. And again, listening and meeting all these people and getting exposed to all these things was just a great time. And, I got to see Grant Hill's senior year, which being a basketball guy, that was something else. But, Duke was great. It exposed me to more of a systematic view of business versus being at a manufacturing facility and just seeing one stream of a business. And so now you got to be able to understand this is how businesses work. This is how things go. And they were great at exposing you to different types of businesses. So the first Christmas, they had a thing called Week on Wall Street. So we would go up during Christmas break as a group, and you'd go visit Chase Manhattan and all these different banks, and they'd just give you an overview of what you would do if you came to work for them. So you got this exposure that I never would have gotten otherwise. And so you could kind of make your choices. And I knew in about 5 minutes I wasn't going to go to Wall Street, but that was for me. So I really zoned in on consulting. I really liked the idea of going and working on a system versus working in a system. So I kind of targeted consulting and landed up going to work for a small consulting company when I left Duke.
Say that for me one more time, because I really think that's an important thing. A lot of people hear the word consultant and really don't know what it means, and I think that's a darn good definition, that you're actually working to kind of observe and improve a system rather than being an integral part of it. The idea is that you actually are providing the company somebody with a dispassionate 30,000-foot view. Is that fair?
That's not fair. That's exactly right. That if you do it right, you don't go in and try to tell people you don't know what you're doing. What you do is you go in and you listen to them and you piece it all together because they already have most of the answers. There's just a piece of it over here. There's a piece of it over there. And those voices never get put together. And as a consultant, you can go in and just kind of merge that all together. And I found the easiest way to be successful as a consultant is make sure you give credit to the people who actually had the idea. So you just come in, you listen, you help them, and you're not bogged down with the day-to-day because these poor people had to do their day job. And I show up for a meeting with them going, let's talk about how this could be better, And they're like, yeah, but I got 15 things I got to get done in the next hour.
Let me,
So you really can help them.
Let me ask you a question, because one of my things that I do when we work with clients who actually do advertising with us is that I always say, I'm going to tell you what it is I think you do. You tell me if I get this right. Because often I find I want to make sure that I'm communicating to our listeners who the people that actually are sponsoring the show. But often when we do work on spots and all that stuff, you need to make sure you actually have a grasp of what people are doing. And it seems like from a consultant perspective, you're asking as many, if not more, questions as you are kind of giving out advice. Because sometimes in the answering of the questions, Rich, they actually articulate better than they ever have what it is they're trying to accomplish.
Exactly.
Is that kind of it?
I used to say to these guys, hey, look, there's no way I can know this. You guys live this every day. But what I think I heard you say is, and I would lay it out, and they go, yeah, that's it. or no, kind of, but you missed this. And it really is a tool just to help them clarify their thoughts.
All right.
I had a yeah,
no, go ahead. No, please.
You'll get me going on consulting. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, and I need to pivot to roaddogcare.com. Like I said, I'm trying to unpack this in a methodical way to kind of give people a sense.
Sure.
But let's get to Road Dog Care. Like I said, I looked over at the clock and realized, good God Almighty, we're actually really digging into this. Road Dog Care. Talk about that, because once again you find yourself in a position where you're listening. You're figuring out the ins and the outs of stuff. Talk about onboarding there and then where you are now.
Oh yeah, sure. So I left consulting with another West Point guy, and we decided to do our own thing. So we started up Devon and wanted to make our own products and kind of sell direct. So we've been doing that. We have a bunch of different brands. The benefit we have is we have a lot of experience in supply chain and manufacturing. So we make most of the products we sell in North Carolina, which is a big thing for us, but it also lets us be flexible and to look at different niches and say, we don't have to shoehorn a product we have into that niche. We can create a product set that's right for that group. And we can do it even if it's a smaller subset, because we can make the products ourselves. So we don't have to place these huge orders from a factory in China or something like that, where you have to make a huge commitment and buy a lot of volume. So we've been able to do that. And amazingly, one of our biggest brands is a brand called Nurture Valley, which your guest in the last half hour is dead on in what she's talking about. Because Nurture Valley is a product set for people who home health care and who can't get out of bed and can't take a shower, and so they can clean themselves. So we have a lot of those products. A good friend of mine who was with me at the consulting company when I left Duke is the CEO of Revolution Trucking, and we've always stayed together and we work together. And I'm with him on Revolution. He's here with Devon, and we started talking about truckers and what their needs were. And we just had this great brainstorming session where we sat down and said, yeah, but what do they really need? What is the day-to-day stuff? And we got the hygiene, alertness, pet care, the things that they need in the cab. We kind of started in the cab and worked our way out. And so we brainstormed a bunch of stuff that, we thought was great. But then we went and did a bunch of, I'm blanking on the word, where we got a bunch of truckers together. I'll say it simply. We got a bunch of truckers together and took them through a process, and they kind of confirmed and tightened up some of the things. And we decided, okay, this is a great set of products that we think is easy for people. And there's nothing really out there along this line that to help the truckers stay clean, stay healthy, stay alert, keep their pets clean while they're on the road. And so we just developed a product set based on that.
I'll tell you, by the way, and either one of the two following terms would have worked very well: focus group or a roundtable discussion with truckers.
That's what it was, focus group.
Yeah, I know. And the moment you said, I had a moment of brain freeze too. I went, wait a minute, oh my God, my brain froze. And then I said froze, and I went, focus, that's it, focus on it, focus group. But yeah, guys, if you go to Road Dog Care, you'll see exactly what Rich is talking about here, by the way. And the idea is it's a complete package. And that kind of goes back to military thinking, too, because it goes right back to what we talked about, the idea of go buy black socks. It really kind of goes back to the same rule of, look, man, it's like, let's get down to some basics here. You have so many other things to worry about, deadlines, commitments, all kinds of newfangled technology inside of that cab, all kinds of rules and regulations. Why don't we make taking care of yourself and staying clean and getting a bracing cup of coffee, let's put it all in one big package and see what we can do. And that's kind of the thinking behind it, right?
Yes, and you know, I had my military experience. While thankfully no one ever shot any bullets at me, but I did spend weeks at a time out in the Texas heat without taking a shower, and so you know the idea that these kind of products are. So I could empathize a bit with the truckers, you know, not being able to take a shower when they might want to and still want to get cleaned up. I understood it from my younger days, where you'd have to come home from the field and take 3 showers before the sand was out of your ears. You know? And so I understood that part of it from my military experience. But that's what we're trying to do, is just say no one takes care of the simple stuff. And you know, as you got talking to these guys and talking to these truckers, it was amazing, right? They take care of everybody but themselves.
Yeah.
They take care of their family. They take care of the economy. They take care of all those things. And they go, yeah, don't worry about me. And, you know, what we're trying to do is say, yeah, well, someone needs to worry about you. And if this helps a little bit, that would be great.
Let me do it again, guys. RoadDogCare.com. Look, if you're a driver or want to try the products yourself, they've got great discounts. They got build your own boxes, 3 or 4 products. If you're a trucking company, you can sign your fleet up to receive customized kits as a reward retention tool. You know, and this is an ongoing conversation we have, because the idea is we almost have to rebuild how we take care of truckers, because I'm a big believer that along with amenities like these, we need to make sure that when we onboard people early, we give them financial awareness advice, really help them plan the long haul in regards to not just the time behind the wheel, but the time of what is being built when they get home and waiting for them as well. I could go on forever with you, but we're going to be out of time here in about a minute and change. I wanted to make sure, was there anything you didn't get a chance to say that you wanted to say as we've been having this conversation?
No, I think you've been saying it better than me. So I just appreciate you giving us the time to kind of make people aware of it, because I think when people use the product, they're going to, you know, one thing we make sure of on all our product brands is the stuff's good, right? It doesn't cost that much to make good stuff, and so we try to really make stuff good, so when people use it, they get what they thought they were getting for their value, and that's important to us.
And by the way, it's important that you've made such amount of time for us this morning. Rich Fredrickson is the CEO of Road Care Company. Done a lot of other stuff over the course of his life. Guys, go to RoadDogCare.com. Check them out. My friend, thank you for your service, and thank you for continuing to serve the men and the women that drive across the country. Really, it's nice to make your acquaintance. You got it, man. Take care.
Bye.
Big shout out, by the way, to our friends Brad Bentley and Bob Book, who were the ones that arranged that conversation to happen for us. We'll be back on the other side. A little bit of time. If you want to give us a call at 615-292-6366. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch. They've been helping people do it since 97.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. So they got you at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
We're rocking and rolling with more Road Gang Radio live from the Fastport Studios with your debonair host himself, Jimmy Mack.
I do have a nice hat on, and it's not cold here, but it's nice and comfortable in the studios. It's getting really kind of oppressively hot outside. That humidity's already picking up.
Your outfit is actually New Orleans. The shorts with everything else.
Oh yeah, I'm wearing a boxing sweater. Is the only way I can describe it. It's a Babe Ruth Japan tour cardigan.
Ooh. I love the word cardigan.
It's just nice. It's just nice stuff. Hey, it's all part of Personal Grooming Day for men.
The beard looks good, dude.
Make that haircut appointment. Yeah, I gotta get a little trim though. I gotta get that taken care of. Hey guys, listen up. Artificial intelligence, it's coming. Like it or not. And by the way, Jane Jazrawi, whose segment with me, both segments this week are actually up over on YouTube. Boy, she did double duty, didn't she? So nice. We had her on twice.
Good content.
She and I got a chance a couple of weeks ago to talk about artificial intelligence coming, whether you like it or not. And it's going to change the world in ways you can't even imagine. But Jackie Zhao of truckstop.com says the changes are already happening. He's been keeping a watchful eye on the way in which AI is being used in trucking right now and ways in which it might be used in the future. So our good friends Ashley and Scott for Trucking with OIDA are going to be talking to him. Plus, they're going to be talking maps with Ed Hassinger, director of the Missouri Department of Transportation, and also find out how the massive project to widen Interstate 70 across the Show Me State is coming along. That's all part of Trucking with OIDA, and that will be at 11 in the center, noon in the east, and then available for replay on Spotify and everywhere you get your podcasts. But you can also find them at RadioNemo.com. They have a page over there, so you might want to check it out. Lindsay Lawler, who'll be joining me in less than 30 minutes, has a page also for We Should Write. The 4 first episodes are up and rolling. Another edition will be actually arriving next Wednesday as well, as We Should Write begins to come into focus, particularly in the last interview. All the interviews are great. That last interview with Emily West, if you haven't got a chance to hear it, it is available everywhere you get your podcast, including Pandora and including apps that will not be named.
You will love that episode. It is quite intriguing overall.
She's a wonderful vocal talent, too. Emily West is really funny because she is so self-effacing, not quiet, but very, very deliberative until she takes on a voice.
Yes.
And then she's really kind of comes to life.
And you see her on the camera, you don't expect what you're going to get, and then you get it, and you're like, all right, it fits.
It fits. It fits. It's well worth checking out. A quick reminder, too, that there are a couple of things that have caught our interest over the last couple of days. None more so than the announcement about DEF and the changes that are going on with that. A lot of people are very excited about what it means. You know, Louis Pugh talked about this as well, too. Louis Pugh talked about the idea that they want to get rid of the whole thing, ultimately. I don't disagree with Louis. I'm not crazy about the thing myself, but I do notice that a lot of people are not enjoying their victories. Louis does. I bring this up because TXTA was kicking themselves a couple of weeks ago about their inability to get the final pieces of what they thought were necessary for tort reform to happen. Given the contentiousness of the Texas legislature, the fact they got it done in the first place, albeit with a couple of loopholes, is something to celebrate. And sometimes legislators tell you, hey, man, my seat is safe. You need my vote, and I'm not going there with you. You got to live with it.
Mm-hmm.
I've given you something. Now you got to back off. And I sometimes wonder if we often take an all or nothing approach to things. let me kind of get to the DEF, though. Of course, as you guys know, the EPA released a roundup of comments on the agency's plan to provide relief for truckers and farmers dealing with slow speed and power loss related to vehicle diesel exhaust fluid, DEF systems. As you guys know, the EPA announced new guidance calling on manufacturers to update system software in existing vehicles and equipment to prevent that sudden speed and power loss, the limp mode, not the limp node, the limp mode that occurs when DEF runs out or a system sensor failure happens. This is what the agency said. Specifically, the EPA is urging engine and equipment manufacturers to provide solutions for diesel trucks and equipment already in use, which continue to suffer from unresolved performance failures. So on the 14th, the EPA, meaning yesterday, followed up that announcement about the proposed DEF fix by releasing a roundup of responses from industry stakeholders, lawmakers, and other leaders from across the country, commending the agency for taking action to support the trucking and farming industries. I would suggest you find your way over to the EPA site, check out some of those comments. You'll see that there is a lot of positive response going on over there. I'm kind of curious, and we open up the phone lines now just for a little bit of time before Mike Florio arrives at 8:45 at 615-292-6366, because sometimes there'll be a big brouhaha about something. People will be like, it's amazing, it's life-changing, I can't get enough behind it. And sometimes people are like, so what? Big deal. Who cares? And I'm kind of curious if you guys want to give us a ring-a-ding-ding and let us know how you feel about this change at the EPA with the DEF situation, if in fact you've ever had that happen to you, because the people that I know that it's happened to often go into apoplexy about it. Sometimes it's got nothing to do with what it's actually supposed to do. Sometimes it's simply a system failure. And as Hank Hill would say, Bobby, that ain't right. So give us a call at 615-292-6366. Madison, by the way, actually managed to get us, actually made a guest request, and Claire Marie followed through with it. During the segment of the show when Lindsay Lawler arrives, there is somebody you wanted on the show. Can you tell us a little bit about her?
Yeah, sure. So I have been to the Cannes Film Festival for the past 2 years. For those of you who are unfamiliar, it's kind of the biggest film festival in the world. It's not open to the public. You have to be accredited to be able to attend. And in 2024 and in 2025, I attended the festival as an intern. And both of those years, I had a fellow intern named Rua Faye, and we became friends. And I found out that she's a really cool person, and she runs this, I guess, what would you call it, a blog? She's a huge cinephile. It's called Cinemasters. She's the creator and editor-in-chief, and I think she's got a good bit of followers on it. I think it's like 20,000, I believe, monthly readers, which is pretty impressive for somebody her age.
You can monetize that.
She's still in college.
You can make a living off of that.
And she goes to every big film festival to go and report on it. She gets a press badge, and she goes to all of them. Tribeca, Toronto, Cannes, and she's there doing this. And while we were in Cannes this past May, I was interning with Lionsgate, and she was interning with Variety, with the trades. So
it makes perfect sense, by the way, and and that's the thing. And this is something I want to kind of talk about with our listeners out there too, because many of you, the famous Dire Straits song, "You get your money for nothing and your chicks for free." We've all heard that particular adage. I sometimes think, and by the way, this is me defending Z, my occasional, but not always, defense of millennials, my occasional defense of the newfangled and all this kind of stuff. If you guys see influencers out there and you say, oh my God, I wish I could do that for a living, be careful what you wish for, because you may discover in wishing for it, that you get what you want, and you find out that those kind of jobs, the idea of having to generate enough content to maintain a readership of 20,000, that takes a lot of work. And by the way, all you have to do is understand that there's, tens of thousands of podcasts out there. Look at how many of them, their last episode was years ago. We got a phone call. Got a couple of minutes before Mike Florio arrives on the scene. Who I got?
you have Pack Rat calling from Wisconsin.
Hey, brother, what's going on? What's happening?
Good morning, Jimmy back. Well, I'm looking forward to Mike Florio.
I am as well, but go on.
Okay. I got something to throw by you here. NFC South. There is some scuttlebutt that maybe the Saints could come out on top, and because you really haven't got much there. The only team I think you have to worry about is maybe the Bucks, and they're without an offensive lineman there, worse. So you think maybe there's a chance, and it is to their advantage to maybe finish on top in the division.
I would like to be wrong about what I'm going to say. I think that Kellen Moore is going to allow to be experimental. I don't mean experimental in terms of just getting wacky, but he has got such a birth of grace right now. There is, unlike the last couple of years, the demand to, hey man, we geared you up, win now. I mean, Dennis Allen got the quarterback he wanted and did nothing with it. I really believe. I don't think they're going to have a good year. I mean, the Rich Eisen take, of course, is it's either feast or famine. Either this guy Tyler Shuck turns out to be the next best thing since sliced bread and surprises the whole league, a la Brock Purdy, or it's just going to be a very, very long year. What I don't want is 7-10. What I don't want is 8-9.
I hear you.
I want to, and by the way, if we're going to make the playoffs, and the only way we make the playoffs in that division is by winning the division, but if we make the playoffs, I'd like 11 wins. If we can't get to that, then it becomes one more kind of limping along in mediocrity, which is why I think the Steelers are doing what they're doing. They just need to see if they have a quarterback problem or if they have an overall offensive cultural problem, is what we're going to kind of see from there. That's kind of my take on it. I don't think the Saints are going to do anything. I would like to be incredibly wrong. That defense has maybe 1 or 2 years left. If it's got 2, I'd be very surprised. The defense is my concern because they'll play well and keep them in games. But if it's going to happen for the Saints, I want it to happen because Shuck turns out to be the long-term solution. I don't know if that's the case, but you never know. After all, an entire dynasty was built on a 6th-round draft pick, so one never knows how that's going to play itself out, if you dig.
I guess so, yes.
And you, by the way, with your Bills, must be over the moon thrilled. I mean, you guys are picked to win the whole enchilada and the burrito on the side. And we'll find out if Joe Brady is all that in regards to an offensive coordinator or if he just caught lightning in a bottle for a season and change. We'll see. We will see.
Yes. Looking forward to it.
Hey, by the way, congratulations. You are the first caller to get mentioned in one of our postings. You and I going to town on the diesel mechanic shortage. When you and I went to town on it, we don't post the banter, but Tara posted my entire complaint and then you joining me. It's actually up on YouTube. So if you want to share it with people, let your people know that you are recorded for posterity. You should get out there and share that. You and me telling it like it is.
I will look for it.
Fantastic.
I'm going to look for that.
Thank you, my brother. It's good to talk to you. All the best.
Okay, Jimmy, all the best.
Mike Florio, he is correct. Our good friend is coming up here in just a few minutes. Before Mike gets here, he was a regular contributor for the last year and a half. Many of you guys know him from his coverage of professional football. He loves the NFL. He's practiced law for nearly 2 decades, and he's covered the NFL for 23 years. He's the founder and senior editor of ProFootballTalk.com. In 2020, he started writing fiction in his spare time. Since then, dig this, 7 novels, along with his book Playmakers, a nonfiction book about pro football from 2001 to 2021. He'll be publishing 1 or 2 books per year with the goal of eventually completing at least 20. The theory is simple. If Mike writes long enough, one might eventually not be terrible. That's not fair. I mean, that's selling himself short. Beyond the relaxation he finds with the writing process, he hopes that people will read and enjoy his stories. He thinks there's no feeling like discovering a good book and then striking the balance between quickly finding out how it all ends and savoring the journey. I think it's a wonderful description of writing and a wonderful description, by the way, of what Mike does with his Pro Football Talk. Millions of followers on Twitter and Facebook. Lots of people are really kind of tuned into what he does. He he always does Sunday Night Football. He's one of the people that talks at the aftermath of the game. But Mike and often Chris Sims, when they get together and talk on their podcast and their streaming services, they really do focus on the journey. They're very process-oriented. Mike knows a lot about a lot of things. and so he's able to kind of bring his legal expertise into his analysis of football. If you guys go to his Pro Football Talk website, you will see it goes beyond just the clickbait. It's a lot more than that, Madison, and the people that he actually employs over there often do the same kind of writing. When they write about labor disputes, when they write about lawsuits and all that kind of stuff, Mike Florio really knows of what he talks. You might not always agree with him, but you're always knowing that he's getting his facts and information straight. When Mike Florio talks about the law as it relates to the NFL, I guarantee you that he knows of what he speaks. As we get him queued up here, Cynthia Rivard is going to be joining us after Lindsay and I say good morning to you on the second half of Road Gang Radio, that portion where we go about the business of making a living and turning it into a life. We'll be talking to Cynthia here just shortly, but before then, it is our friend and the author of another brand new book where he manages to somehow combine the things that he loves into one platform, tough fiction writing and a love of football. The Big Shield is coming up. Mike Florio, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great, buddy. How are you? Great to talk to you again.
It's good to have you back on this new platform. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. Let's get straight down. I actually got a chance to read people your bio and some of your thoughts there as well, so they know who we're talking to, as they always do. You finally got a chance really to kind of square the circle here to write about both the kind of tough, kind of, unrelenting fiction, while at the same time work in something of which you have a great deal of knowledge of. When did you finally decide to make that particular leap?
Well, I had always been concerned, and I can't say always because it's only something that's been around for 7 years, even though it feels like it's been a lot longer than that. But when the Supreme Court opened the floodgates for state-by-state legalized sports wagering, one of my big concerns was how the NFL would adapt to this new reality, how the NFL would ensure that players, coaches, others aren't corrupted by this infiltration of legalized gambling. And my big concern was inside information, or as they say in the stock trading world, material non-public information. There is so much inside information in and around a football team. So many people have access to it. And I don't remember the lightning bolt moment, but it hit me one day. Basically what I do is once I finish one novel, I try to think of an idea for the next one. And the ideas come from anywhere and everywhere. And finally, I was just like, what if we had a low-level backup quarterback who's providing inside information before and during games to a mob figure who then has an apparatus in place for using that information to rig bets in favor of the people associated with that mob figure? How would that go as a starting point, and where would it go from there? And that basically became the premise of Big Shield. And it's been maybe 3 years in the works. It's undergone some major surgery. It almost had a publishing deal. And I finally decided, after publishers said, boy, we really like this, but sports books don't sell, I decided, fine, I'll sell it myself, and we'll prove you all wrong about this notion that sports novels don't sell.
Mike, I have to tell you, many years ago, I loved the movie The Last Boy Scout. There's particularly one moment when Bruce Willis tells the owner of a particular football team, he says, the guy says, let me guess, if I kill you, that's going to turn up on the front page of the newspaper. He says, no, it's going to the mob. Wait till they find out about how they're going to feel when you take away their billion-dollar business. The thing is, now we live in a world where data and information are, and the ingeniousness of the premise here is that the mob always finds a way to shift. And if, in fact, gambling becomes legalized, the ones that don't actually legitimize themselves, it's all going to come down to information, so that everybody basically is trying to behave like Ace Rothstein from Casino, where everybody is dependent upon the tiniest bit of information, right down to somebody having their little toe hurting and they're the place kicker for the team. Is that kind of the driving force here, that data and information become the most valuable resource now?
Absolutely. It's knowing what's going to happen before it happens. It's knowing, for example, who's truly injured, who's not injured. It's knowing what the game plan is. I had a coach explain to me not long ago, hey, how do we guard against, if you're a team that scripts the first 15 plays for a game, and the first 15 plays for a given game are on the whiteboard in the coach's meeting room, and the person who comes in every day to empty the trash can, how do we know that that person isn't like taking a photo of that, right? There are just so many different ways that inside information can manifest itself. And also you throw on top of it, and it's not just football that gets implicated in this book. The main mob figure, a character named Johnny Motz, who I love, and there's a long story as to how he ended up blossoming into a major character in the book, but he's my favorite character in the book. And I think if it would ever be developed into anything more than a book, he would be the main character through whom the lens of the whole show is given. He's got relationships with baseball players, basketball players, and there's some Jonte Porter, if you're familiar with that controversy aspect of it, where, and this is why prop bets are a problem, and Ohio is currently moving to get rid of them. Because all a guy has to say, if you're a basketball player and people can bet the unders on your points, your rebounds, your assists, your blocks, whatever, all you have to do is come out midway through the first quarter, I'm hurt, I'm sick, I can't play, and that's what Jonte Porter did. So that's part of it too. So it's a combination of inside information and being in a position to rig some of these bets that don't have anything to do with the outcome directly, but they are directly relevant to the prop bets that have become both popular and problematic.
Oh yeah, because when you start to get to like completion percentages and literally you're up by 21, 28 points with 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, you're just like, okay, I'm done. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to preserve my percentages. I'm going to preserve my numbers. All that stuff becomes so much more on the table in ways that don't affect the outcome. And the sinister part about that, tell me if I'm wrong, is the fact that, given we live in the United States of amnesia, a lot of people was like, is there really any harm there? Of course, there's terrible harm, but you can see people being indifferent to that sort of thing, and certain people saying, well, you bet, you deserve what you get. But this is fleecing people, right?
This is part of the chapter 1 dilemma that is framed for the main character who's on the football team, Carson Jeffrey. He views it as a victimless crime because all he's doing is creating a level playing field, because we assume the sports books know everything. They know everything. They set the lines perfectly. What's the harm in providing some inside information that the sports books would love to have and possibly do have anyway to the people who are making the bets? So, he justifies doing it because he's not sabotaging his team. It doesn't affect the outcome of the game. He's just providing information that will allow for more informed wagering by people who otherwise roll the dice on these various bets. And it's not just inside information before the game. I know that this is something the NFL is concerned about, and I've worked it into the book. This backup quarterback positions himself in a spot, and it envisions a not too distant future where every game's on streaming and you've got multiple different options and you can watch this camera, that camera, that camera. He gets himself in the standard camera that's always focused on the head coach. And when it's a very low tech operation, when it's a run play, he puts his hand on his face mask and then he releases. When it's a pass play, he puts his hand on his face mask and he leaves it there. That tells the people who are engaged in real-time betting, and again, it's a not-too-distant future where it's all automatic, everything we see at home. The technology already exists and is being used by some of the sports books through their apps. You see exactly what's happening at the stadium as it happens. You've got the full 40 seconds to lock in a bet. What's the next play? Run or pass. He's signaling to the world what the next play is every single play, and the people tied in with Johnny Motz are making the bets accordingly. So that's part of the premise of it as well. And again, it all goes from there. Like, there still has to be a story. There still has to be, an engaging element, twists and turns and ups and downs and characters that people care about. But the premise has to be interesting. And I feel like this is a premise that is interesting because it potentially could happen if it isn't happening already.
The other thing is, too, is like I said, I was so kind of just delighted when, the central, the idea of having Carson Jeffries having a backup quarterback, that is probably the most dangerous person on a team in regards to inside information, because they not only have the information, they have to some degree motivation, because backup quarterbacks, there are some out there who are, late life veterans who actually are just kind of, soft landing their airplanes, who have made their millions. But a lot of these people live in, I hate to call them middle class, but they live in that great middle class of pro football where they see a lot of other guys making a lot of money, and they often don't get a taste of that action a lot of the time. So the motivation is pretty well developed, but also the access to information. Was it an immediate choice? Did you go, that is the person that makes the most sense here?
Well, look, you presume that I actually sat down and thought these things through. A lot of my writing is just wherever the spirit takes me. It's like a Ouija board that actually works, but or maybe doesn't work, as the case may be. But yeah, I wanted somebody who was in a position to have access to the information and would have the motivation to use it from the perspective of he's not making a ton of money, he's not playing. And one of the complications as the book unfolds, no spoilers, but this individual goes through some changes to his career and at one point is dangerously inching toward having to play. So how do you do one job when the other job is requiring you to actually be on the field playing? So that's part of it. And that's why it's far from foolproof. But I one of the themes, there's really two themes. Number one, there is no such thing as easy money. And I know the NFL is probably going to hate this book, even though it's not NFL teams. I was very careful not to use any team names. Obviously, if somebody wants to connect in their own minds that the team in Las Vegas is the Raiders, I can't stop them. But the NFL won't like it because it does, expose some things that would make the league look bad. But at some level, the league should like it because it's a great cautionary tale. It's easy money. No, it's not. You know what? There is no easy money. And we all go through that phase in our life where we think there's a way to make easy money. And then we learn there is no way to make easy money. This is an example of you think this is easy money, but it's not. And, the other reality is, well, why would anyone do this? Well, because we're always looking for more. No matter what we have, if there's more that we can get, especially if it's easy, let's go get it. Whatever the consequences may be, it's easy and it's there. And if you can justify taking that one step on the wrong side of the tracks, off you go.
The other thing is, too, and this goes back to all of your books, Father of Mine, Son of Mine, and it plays into like the fact that you love football so much, and is the fact that the clock is always an enemy here. And that's one of the great things about sports and about drama, the idea about inching closer to that starting position. And in some ways, it's a race against time, that betting is always a race against time. And I'm kind of wondering, when you write, when the spirit moves you, when the Ouija board takes over, are you consciously aware of time is always running out on these characters?
Well, you want to create dilemmas that have either a ticking clock. I mean, literally a ticking clock, whether, it's the bomb that's going to go off in 48 hours or whatever the case may be, or just we sense as the story unfolds and the conflict heightens and the choices become more fraught, where is this going to end and how is it going to resolve? And yeah, there's an urgency that isn't necessarily a clock that's ticking. It's just, hey, this pressure is building and building, and something's got to give at some point. And that's more of what happens here. And you know what I've done? I've got three characters, and I've developed this style because I like it. I prefer this kind of narrative where the characters tell their story, because you can learn a lot about the character and how the character tells his or her story. And it's three main characters, and it may not be obvious early on how they interconnect. And I always like that too when I'm reading a book, like, how do these people interconnect? How are they going to interact? Are they going to interact? What's the point here? And they, ultimately, obviously it all comes together and there's a thread that goes through the whole thing, but it's that conflict that keeps rising and rising and rising, and it gets to a critical mass. It hits the fan, and then we see how it's resolved. And hopefully at the last page, at the last line, it creates a sense of satisfaction that will cause people to order one of my other books. Isn't that what it's all about? Hey, I hope you like my book. Now buy another one.
Oh, that's exactly it, by the way. Mark Graney, who comes on here on a regular basis, says, he goes, by the time they get to the final 2 or 3 chapters, you want people saying, wait, this can't already be over. I hope to God there's another book. And that's such an important thing. I hope to God there's another chance to talk again, Mike. We are out of time. The Big Shield, by the way, is a cautionary tale for pro sports in an age of normalized gambling and instant wagering. Our friend Mike has joined us here. Are you excited about the upcoming season? I know you must be like going a million miles an hour right now, right?
It's a roller coaster ride. You strap in, and once it starts up that hill, you just, you get ready for the twists and turns and the ups and downs, and before you know it, the ride's over and they crown a Super Bowl champion.
I can't wait, by the way, to send you an email soon. I'm going to be finishing up The Big Shield, reading it and digging into it. Can't wait to talk about it some more. Mike, go have the best of weekends, my friend, and enjoy the season.
Thank you, pal. Great talking to you.
All right, man. Mike Florio has returned. We always love having him on board here on Road Gang Radio. Speaking of loving having people on board, Lindsay Lawler's coming. Woo! Look busy. Roll out the welcome mat. And guys, go to ShadyRays.com. She wears them. She's cool. And so is ShadyRays.com.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Had to throw a little bit of that music in to make you realize we're still in New Orleans, but we're also in Nashville with the beautiful, the lovely Lindsay Lawler on Road Gang Radio. Take it away, everybody.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back. I want to thank all of our guests. It was good to have Mike Florio, lean and mean and back on the scene. Our documentary filmmaker guys, just some really terrifying stuff, by the way, from Susie Singer-Carter. You guys should really make sure that anytime you put anybody into an elderly facility that you actually cross your T's and dot your I's. Rich Fredrickson of, the CEO of Road Dog Care Company actually made his way over here. He was terrific. Big thanks to Bob Book for making that possible. And, of course, our friends at NACV, as Mike McHorst joined us to talk about Albert Transport. All that stuff will be available, making its way here on the tube of you. But, hey, here's Lindsay. Good morning to you.
Is she here? Hello.
Yes,
Good
you are.
morning.
Yeah, you're there. You're there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Good to have you. Good to have you. How's the day treating you over there?
Good to be had. It's good. I got up early and did some writing, got my kid off to school, had a conversation about the Real Housewives at the bus stop, but I'm talking about the real ones, Jim. Like us, me and the other women were like, "What? I wish they would ever do an actual Real Housewives." And then we all realized no one would care because the actual reality is really boring. Unfortunately, but I guess fortunately. So good morning to you. Happy Friday at TGIF. Also one of my biggest pet peeves when people say that.
Oh my God! And by the way, the reason I never liked TGIF before, I really loathe it now. And the biggest reason I loathe it now is I don't like that restaurant. I felt like it was like,
you don't like some added flair on your suspenders?
I am not a fan of flair. I am not a fan of flair. It's just not my idea of a good time. Not when it's manufactured flair. I love flair. Like, I love seeing punk rockers who have, like, Fight Anarchy. Or I like when people actually put a little flair, a little something, something. I hate it when it's manufactured. I hate manufactured individuality.
Just like trying too hard, tryhards?
Yeah, tryhards. It really feels like tryhards. I have a question for you that I've been I meant to ask it yesterday, and it just kind of slipped by us with all the kind of, information we had coming at us and all the things that we were, dealing with on the show. So we had the NACV guys here, Lindsay, and of course the NACV guys are the whole run on less thing going on. When they talk about electric, hydrogen, all that stuff, they talk about the drivers really liking it because it doesn't smell. They don't go home reeking.
Are you about to tell me I smell bad?
Yes, I am.
Is that where this is going?
That's exactly where it's going.
Is that what the whole NACV bit's about? Just to build up? Talk to me about my odor?
It's an intervention. It's a sound intervention. It's a smell intervention.
You guys go to great lengths for that.
It is, for me, today being National Grooming Day, National Male Grooming Day. I was thinking about this in regards to how important how we smell is, how important that is. And I was kind of curious to kind of get into the issue of smells. If you would kind of talk for a second about smells that
Where are we going?
Well, no, about smells that do it for you on when guys show up, and smells that don't do it for you when guys show up.
Oh, yeah. I like for two things. I got Seamus or Freya got him, I guess, for Father's Day. A scent of the month club, I guess it is, and they send you a new cologne each month. So I love cologne. I love cologne. But manly, like woodsy or, cigar-y or whatever, manly. I also, though, really like beer breath. I know that sounds weird. Not like pickled next day, wasted, but if you've had one beer, if Seamus has one beer, I like the smell of beer breath. Something about it does it for me. I don't know. So cologne and beer breath are the two that first come to mind.
Well, let me make this really clear. And by the way, beer breath. I understand what you mean when you say beer breath. I totally dig where you're coming from. It makes perfect sense to me. And by the way, make sure I get this clear. You are distinguishing between I've had one or two beers, but I've brushed my teeth when I should have brushed my teeth. We're all kind of sitting around, maybe having some queso, maybe sitting out on the back porch. There's a little beer breath in the air. That's groovy. You are not talking about it's the next day, somebody rolls over.
Kiss me.
Yeah, exactly. We're not talking about that at all. I'll tell you this in regards to, here's a smell that used to make me insane. I used to hate the way that marijuana smelled on people. It would gross me out. I'm still not crazy about it as an overall pungent, meaning that if everything about you is soaked in Mary Do You Wanna, I'm not down for that. But every once in a while, like when an attractive person walks by and they got the faintest whiff of a little bit of Mary Do You Wanna on them, it doesn't bug me anymore. I'm not saying it's like one of my top smells, but I'm no longer bugged by it. It no longer makes me crazy.
Seeped inside of you enough, I guess. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, I don't like the smell of it. It's too a little too earthy, a little too skunky.
Well, and I had a thought that maybe it still is a little too skunky, and maybe what I'm smelling is some of the better blends now that it's legal. Maybe there's some stuff that I'm out there that I'm getting my nose into.
Well, it's not legal in Louisiana, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's legal. Oh, yeah.
How did I miss that? Again, Dre's like, let me put the headset on for this one.
Well, let me make this really clear. I'm going to make you feel better about yourself. How did you miss that? is not a problem, because if you are literally locked in on states around the country going, where's it legal? Where can I bring my stash? You know what I'm saying? That's just
So
not.
I could buy, like, if I cared about this, which I'm not saying that I do, but I could, in theory, next time I'm there, go buy some gummies.
Yes.
If I cared about that kind of thing, Dre.
A couple people that I know having to do with living in New Orleans actually have a thing where they can go on their website and put a little order in, and as soon as they get off at a certain job or certain situation, they can go pick it up. But let me tell you something, with coming here all the time, it's always
for a friend.
asking for a friend. That's always been a part of the aroma when you go down there, because there's like, oh, you want to do like a candle of a place of experience. You don't want to get a candle of New Orleans because it's a combination of, well, you got the beautiful magnolias, you got different flowers, and then like
Night
baking.
blooming jasmine.
Yes, you got baking, you got different stuff, but then it's also incorporated with marijuana, throw up, and other things that are on. Yeah, and now, because back then you would smell it, you'd be like, "Oh,
the
this
spring-
is naughty. Someone's doing something illegal." Now it's
Bring
like, "Oh,
scent of marijuana and throw up.
exactly." It brings happiness to my face, but
Your face. I love that. To your face. It brings happiness to your face. Not your heart, not your soul, your face. It's an immediate impact.
Impact indeed, because before it was like, "Oh, this smell is illegal." Now it's legal.
Huh.
Yeah. So you felt naughty. Now you don't feel so naughty because you're like, "Ooh, that person's got a medical card," or they don't.
But it's not just medical there in Louisiana. It's actually just like legal across the board legal.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as easy as it is, say, in Colorado, where it's like just walk in and there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can fire up a J.
Yeah,
can fire up a
you
J.
still need a card here, but like, yeah, if you go to Colorado and just be like, "My foot hurts," they're like, "All right, cool."
No,
Yeah.
in Colorado, they're like, you need a card to not buy marijuana.
Well, actually, in Colorado, if you walk in, you say, "My foot hurts." In Colorado, they go, "I don't care about that. Do you want weed or not?"
I'm sure our next guest, Cynthia, is listening. Like, is either very excited about to talk to us now, or is hanging up quickly.
Lindsay, dealer's choice here. I am good to go on either side. Would you like to do the introduction, or would you like me to do the introduction?
Well, Cynthia, this next, she's her whole bag is my bag. I could go deep with her. So why don't you introduce her and I'll dive in with her?
Okay. Cynthia Rivard is a spiritual teacher, a business strategist, and environmental advocate. She came into a spiritual awakening later in life, keenly aware of religious paradigms and cultural perceptions of New Age concepts, and instead teaches a timeless wisdom that has been diluted over the ages. What she's working through is a golden thread of truth that's woven throughout all the world's religions and cultures, and it is this thread that underpins her teachings and hopefully will help us create the next chapter for humanity, particularly a focus on micro leaders, which, by the way, is my bag. Your bag is this stuff. My bag is how do we set up succession plans for all these crazy, inspired, kooky kids that just get me so excited for them to take over and take us into the future. Cynthia, welcome to Road Gang Radio. We are thrilled to have you on this freaky, feisty, and really fun Flinty Friday.
Thank you. Boy, what an introduction. I'm delighted to be here and meet you both.
Cynthia, we are so delighted to have you. First of all, let me ask you, where do you live? What part of the country are you?
I am now in North Carolina. I was in Massachusetts for over 30 years and recently transplanted.
Okay. All right. Good to know. So Jim's over there in New Orleans and I'm in Nashville, just so we're all roll called now around here. But I love that. And I'm gonna walk the line here because the language you speak, I speak that same language with you. But I also, as you hopefully have been told, the vast majority of our audience listening, they're over-the-road truck drivers. They spend a lot of time alone, as you can imagine. They have a lot of time with their thoughts. And so I think this is a great conversation to have as we all, contemplate our lives and what's going on in the world, et cetera. So we'll start there. That being said, I too feel like I had a spiritual awakening later in life. I'll say 7 or 8 years ago, an actual moment that I remember on a plane where I had this moment where I was listening to a podcast. I was looking out the window crying, and all of a sudden I was like, oh my gosh, nothing will ever be the same again. I all of a sudden see everything very different. It's a much longer conversation, of course, but I would love to hear from you sort of your definition of what a spiritual awakening was to you, what that means, because I'm sure there's people out there listening that are having these moments where awareness moments and they don't know what's happening to them, and I'd love for you to explain perhaps what it means to you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. That's a good place to start because we all have our different definitions that we come into, and a lot of things that I thought I knew the meaning of, I see differently now with a different lens. So I define spiritual awakening as just that moment when you realize you can receive communication from something beyond yourself, whatever you call that greater power. A lot of people recognize what they call intuition, but intuition comes from the subconscious. And if you have a knowing and you don't know how you know something, and it hasn't been something you've come across before, it is probably coming from beyond your subconscious. And, you know, I'm conscious of the fact that a lot of people listening may not believe in a greater power, but to me, a spiritual awakening is just recognizing that you can receive communication from divinity. And that's all it is. And the more it's a skill and the more you practice it or just recognize and try to develop it, the stronger it will get.
Jim, I would love your take on that, Jim, because for me that just resonated actually, and I thank you because I'm able to take what you said and probably help myself explain what I'm trying to explain to friends and family about myself, and that makes it more I don't know, what you said just makes it a little more tangible, even though it's not tangible at all. And because I like to say that I think prayer is talking and meditation is listening. And so what you just said helps me get that out. What about you, Jim? What would be your
I kind
take on that?
of want to pick up on something you said earlier too, Lindsay, and it's my take as well. But I also want to just kind of ask our guest this. I'm gonna quote REM, and then I'm going to ask a question based on Joseph Campbell. So, birdie in the hand for life's rich demand, the insurgency began, and you missed it. And Joseph Campbell talks about in his hero's journey the idea of rejecting the call. At some point in the hero's journey, early in the story, they reject the call. They don't take the call to adventure. And I'm just wondering, as Lindsay kind of alluded to, do people reject the call, do you think, or is it often the situation where the insurgency began and you missed it? How do we recognize it when it comes beyond just maybe having an odd feeling or an odd moment of clarity and then being like, I don't want to deal with that, and moving on? Because I worry sometimes that people have received the message and have not heeded it. How do we make ourselves more attuned? Because it comes more than once. How do we know not to miss the insurgency when we're asked to participate?
Well, again, it's a skill that you can develop the minute you recognize that it's available to you. It's not a special gift. You can set the intention of becoming more aware. And the more you practice and try to receive communication, which is just a knowing usually. Some people get a sensation in their body or just an understanding, a cognitive understanding of something that, oh, this is definitely the way I should go on this thing. But the more you practice that, the stronger those sensations will get. And it's a really deep topic if somebody wants to delve into it, but it's also just the awareness that it's available and possible, and it doesn't conflict with any of the world's religions. It just adds another layer of beauty to it, because when you pray, you are just communicating one way, but the best is receiving.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, just that knowing you have that guidance and that love with you always. It's really powerful, and it will begin to inform your direction and all you're doing. And, talking about micro leadership, there's a lot of people, when you asked, do people miss the call? Well, first of all, we don't recognize information coming through what people call intuition, or we don't pay attention to it because of our cultural narrative and our programming, that doesn't make any sense, so I need to ignore it. I need to analytically figure this out, or just stay stuck in my comfort zone because that's my instinctual response. Most of us have been trained through our upbringing and our cultures to not trust what can't be analyzed or scientifically proven, and so that's what's going on. And it's just, I like to suggest with all my students that they just not believe a word I say, because that's not going to help. That's like listening to any other authority anywhere, and we know not everything is true that we hear. To be open to all new perspectives and then just sit with it, because the truth will resonate if you're just open to the fact that, well, that may be, I'm not sure, and then just sit with it. And it'll resonate, and that will be your inner wisdom, or what people call intuition, just letting you know you're onto something.
That's so great. I love that you said it does not conflict with any religion. I think that's a big one, because there's a part of my Christian programming for my upbringing that makes me think, or for a while, not anymore by any means, but for a while thought, oh, if I do this, does that mean I'm going against what I was taught? I'm like, no, actually, I stopped going to church. Now I'm going back and listening through this lens, being like, what was really being said at the time, and we can kind of dig through it, and how does that resonate for me? So when you talk about, let's talk a little bit about micro leaders then, and I know Jim wants to jump in on this. Is there, I guess, again, we'll ask your definition of it, because for me, I believe that if we work on ourselves, we make ourselves a better person. That is how I change the world. I mean, I think it's as simple as that, because then if I'm better for myself, I'm better for those around me. Trickle down, trickle down. Does any part of that play into your definition and your work with micro leaders?
Absolutely. That is the bulk of it. But then beyond that, recognizing and being intentional about the influence you have, because most people aren't. We all are leaders and have influence already, places in our lives, anywhere that we influence through conversation with coworkers or family members and friends, but we're not always intentional and making the most out of those interactions and the influence we can wield. And so, yes, absolutely, showing up as your best self, but also knowing that you can make a difference in your, whether it's your family or your community. The world is so broken, and most of us, it's very easy, and it's part of our instinctual programming. When you see so much change going on around you, it feels like a threat to your subconscious, and we get stuck in freeze response, and we don't take action beyond our current day-to-day routine. There's a lot of denial or head in the sand, this can't be happening kind of a response sometimes. And this, I'm talking about anything and everything going on in the world. If you sense change, it's going to, just a normal human reaction, nothing to be ashamed of. If you're aware, you can move past it, but you are going to have an immediate response to want to shut down, freeze, or fight. And we see a lot of fighting going on right now with people holding on to their beliefs so tightly and villainizing anyone that thinks differently. And in fact, the only way for us to progress is going to be to acknowledge those other perceptions and be able to sit down with this other human being and understand how they arrived at that perception, foster compassion, and have a conversation about how we move forward. But we have to get out of that instinctual programmed response to just freeze or to fight.
I took a couple of notes during all of that. I don't even know where to begin in regards to questions. So how about I just kind of do this instead? So This does not speak my language. I do not understand this. Therefore, I should really pay attention. With that in mind, the idea that you're talking about, the idea of having an open vessel so that when something hits you as strange or in conflict with your belief system or contrary to the way you feel the rhythm of the world works, you then should, rather than shut down or put up a big, strong fight and bold action, are we talking about developing in ourselves a regular routine of when we are hit with new information or hit with oppositional force to be open to what it's talking about, therefore able to either respond properly in opposition or to embrace the new ideas as they come? Did I make any sense?
Yes, and I said similar things twice, but from a different perspective. In talking about that, the first was more from the spiritual lens. We were talking about when you hear different things, different perspectives, if you can just be open to the fact that, well, someone arrived at that, there may be a thread of truth in there somewhere. Let me sit with it and not just assume it's wrong or villainize that person. Let me just sit with it and see how it resonates with me. That doesn't mean that you're going to accept it by any means, but just to hear it and sit with it and see if it resonates at all, or if there's any value in following any thread in that other person's perspective. But then the other point that I was trying to make was that when you have a group, let's say, because there's conflict everywhere, not just in government, we find it in every time a group gets together over something that really requires change. There's going to be differing perspectives and people digging in their heels and wanting to fight to stay right where you are, or to have, their idea moving forward versus hearing what everyone else has to say. And the only way to have progress, first of all, is to be open to different perspectives. Otherwise, we'd always stay the same, except nothing ever does. It's always changing. We want to be able to influence those changes so they're positive. We have to be open to other perspectives, and that never means that you're accepting them, but you want to understand where they're coming from. And normally the best path forward in complex scenarios, the best path is usually a combination of different people's ideas and perceptions. There's not usually a very clear black and white, right and wrong. So we have to be able to listen and try to understand those other perspectives so that we can consciously work through them and not just shut them down as wrong because that wasn't our pre-existing belief.
Really quickly, before I toss it back to Lindsay, guys, go to Cynthia Rivard, RIVARD.com, and check out all of this great stuff. A lot of the stuff that she's unpacking here can be found on the website. Today's topic is the rise of the micro-leader, igniting the power of people. Lindsay, I turn it back over to you.
Well, we just fortunately only have like about 2 minutes left, Cynthia. But let's bring this to the truck driving community. They're out there along. They're trying to figure out how to be a micro leader in their own day to day when they spend a lot of time alone and they're dealing with dispatchers. What advice could you give to the truck driving community how they can be a micro leader in their day to day life?
Well, even if it's not in person, you do interact with people on the road or, by phone. There's people in your sphere of influence that you interact with and that you have conversations with. Maybe as you're listening to radio shows, something really sparks your attention and you decide to share it with a friend. And that gets them thinking about it and taking action. And, and there are things going on back in your home community that you may find compelling to take action on something, or maybe just make a donation somewhere. It's just understanding that everywhere you go, every interaction you have influence, and being the best you can be and a positive role model and compassionate example is going to start a ripple effect.
Start the ripple effect in your community, in your home, in your own truck, in your own backyard. Cynthia Rivard, thank you so much. Everyone head over to cynthiarivard.com. We appreciate you making time for us. I'm going to reach out to you and stay in touch. I hope you'll come back again, Cynthia.
I would love that. I appreciate the opportunity to chat this morning. You all have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
Happy, freaky, feisty, flinty, and lots of fun Friday. We are having a good time over here. Guys, I want you to go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 97 to 50 states and 88 provinces. Say it, Lindsay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Get your booty on the floor. Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down. Truck down.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
We are rocking and rolling once again on Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack, and old Titbit herself. She's in here, Tara the Terrific.
Did you call her Titbit?
No! Maybe. Yeah, it probably came off like that's my accent.
Well, it's TGI Friday. Thank God Tara Garris is fabulous. TGIF. This is the only place, the only time TGIF doesn't make me want to give somebody a wedgie because it makes me so mad. I don't know why that image came to mind. When somebody says TGIF, don't you want to just give them a wedgie, Jimmy? Just like one that hurts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like it's up there with is it hot enough for you? It's right up there. TGIF. Shut up, dude. I was enjoying Friday till you opened your suck hole. I'm going to punch you right in the snot locker. Give me a break.
But Tara Garris is fabulous. Good morning, Tara the Turtle. How are you?
Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, Lindsay. How are you guys? I'm doing well.
We're better now. Are you looking at something beautiful out in nature?
Oh, you know it. Always looking at the pond, looking for herons and turtles and all the things. Love it.
All the things.
1, 2, 3. Go on.
Well, guys, first up on the dock, we are going to check into our Facebook page. We've got quite a few comments this week. And Jimmy, your lineup reel from the other day got a few comments. Some nice and some not so nice. But I'm going to say the not so nice comment because I have a compliment to follow it. Okay, let's start with just a simple one.
We're not scared. We're not scared of the bad comment.
I saw it, by the way. I saw it. He's like I said, it's like I wanted to say, like, man, you must have heard a lot of those interviews, man, because obviously you're, still listening.
Well, let's hear it.
Let's hear. So the first one is nice. It just says, "It's showtime, folks," from Scott C. And then Ron V commented, I sure do miss your show, Jimmy. And I'm not entirely sure what he meant by that because we're still on. So I just dropped the iHeart link in the reply, and maybe he's listening right now. Hi, Ron.
Hey, Ron.
Ron.
Call us.
Hey,
We
Ron.
love you.
Love to hear from you.
Tell us we
Maybe
love
Ron's
you.
just
Okay.
confused. I'm guessing Ron was
Maybe he's just
still over at the platform that shall not be named and was like, where is everybody? It's like
Where is
Ron
everyone?
is like, did the rapture happen and the only people that were left were the subscribers over there at the bad place? That's what Ron feels like to me.
I'm going to tell Ron right now, Ron, we're coming for you. We got a rescue mission. You got left behind, but we're coming to actually bring you up. So
Yes.
there you go. Thank you,
We're
Ron.
coming. He has the iHeart link. Maybe he's listening. Maybe he's not. But hey, he's got the link. So
Ascend
we're all
through
good.
the heart, Ron. Ascend through the heart. All right. Go on.
It's like he's getting longer and longer. I love it. Okay. This one is the backhanded one, and we're reading it anyways. It says, stick to trucking info. That's why I listen to Dave all these years. Sometimes I wonder if Jimmy's in the wrong job. Maybe he should have been an NPR book reviewer or a college professor. And Jimmy, I personally don't think you're in the wrong job. I think you're great at this one, but I read it because I don't think he's wrong that you could be good at the other things. You are very multifaceted. You were a college professor at one point, right?
I
Or
actually,
something in that realm?
I was a college professor for 7 years. I also was a book reviewer and play reviewer and movie reviewer. Thank you very much. Yeah, you actually.
So what the guy
that's a
did,
compliment.
what was his name? Scott, you said?
I didn't say this one's name.
Well, no, what is it? Hey, if he put his name on Facebook.
Public forum, baby. Public forum.
Yeah.
I don't have it in front of me, but hey.
All right. Okay, well, if you find it, let me know. But basically, what he did was, yes, compliment Jimmy by saying, "I see your skills. They show up in the real world. And by the way, buddy, we do a lot of trucking info. No disrespect to that. I think that what Jim is doing, what even Dave is doing, going back to night beats as well, including music, including different books to read. We're trying truck drivers have a wide array of interests outside of trucking. And for everyone that says we only want trucking, there's 10 more that say, hey, we'd like a little bit of everything.
Speaking of that, go ahead, Tara.
Go on.
Go on. Short one.
No, it's all good. What do you have to say, Jimmy?
No, I just felt that there was somebody who actually stepped in and said, I disagree.
Yes,
on that
there
same thread.
is. Someone did come to your defense in the comments saying, no, rehashing the same content day after day bores me to tears. So, there you go. That's literally what we're saying right now. For the 10 that don't, the 10 do. So, what do you want us to do? We can't win.
I can't win, therefore I'm going to do whatever I want.
Listen, really quickly, by the way, and I previewed it before and I'll preview it again. Our friends over at OIDA, Ashley and Scott, are going to be talking about artificial intelligence today. They're also going to be talking with the director of the Missouri Department of Transportation about the massive project to widen Interstate 70 across the Show Me State. There's a lot of stuff they're all going to be talking about. It's stuff that we've talked about as well, too. There is relevant trucking news going on a regular basis. But if, in fact, all we did ever was talk about that, it would become either a litany of complaints or that our friends from Trucking with OIDA and us would be fighting over the same collection of guests all the time. There are so many different perspectives, and everything ties into the supply chain so much that the men and women who drive these trucks are actually driving all the other information we talk about, right down to the fact that it's like, books got to get brought somehow.
I was going to say, our guest, I literally think in that last guest, you might not agree what she said, but you might have driven her book to the Barnes & Noble.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, trucking is everything, everywhere, all at once. That's my response.
Agreed.
Go on.
So sometimes we get comments on the full show replay, but after the fact that we're live. And so sometimes I don't know where these comments are, what they're referencing, if they just comment within the live. So these two comments were kind of uplifting. So I feel like you guys may know where these came from. These were from Wednesday's Facebook Live. And JC said, fear is simply a lack of understanding of the stats and technology. Read up on the history and the stats, and that always helps. Like the fear of heights, get out of there and learn about it, and fear subsides. Needs, not wants. I can't argue with that.
I was trying to think of who that could have been referencing. That could have.
Yeah, like
I'm
what?
looking.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at our lineup from Wednesday. He could have been talking a lot of things, like with TAT, with, with
Yeah.
traffic stop. I know fear was actually mentioned throughout there, but which makes sense. Dr. David Bryant was on, by the way, as well. Or, I'm sorry, Brother David Bryant, the monk. He certainly talks about love over fear. He hit that quite a bit, talking about love over fear. And then actually, Catherine Davis Gibbon was on talking about the power of words. And I mean, fear, what more powerful word? Love and fear are probably the two most powerful words I think there are. And she was talking about it as it pertains to teaching words to children. So yeah,
Kind of an overarching theme. Like it could have been really in reference to anything. And Ice Princess commented, resiliency is getting up and keeping going. Try again when you fall short. And it was from the same one. So I guess that was a very uplifting episode.
She was
of Road Game
terrific.
Radio.
She was terrific, by the way. Our last guest yesterday was just absolutely wonderful. That book, Words, is a great book to share with your grandchildren or your children, or any young person in your life who is learning to kind of figure out the joy of reading. And there are a lot of people, by the way, Lindsay and Tara, I have really focused my life on helping people who are older get into the adventure of reading. And a lot of people are afraid to do it because they're afraid of, just like we talked about in regards to weight with the Project 61 thing, there are a lot of people who are afraid of looking silly or stupid at the beginning. I always say struggling for an hour a day to feel good the other 23 is one heck of a lesson plan, and a kind of a great way to go through.
True.
I don't know what you were listening to, but I like where your head's at. I don't know where you were in the time frame, but I like where your head's at. That's what I'll say about that comment.
Let me ask you guys this, Tara and Jimmy. This is just talking about, because since you read something inspirational there, Tara, and talking about, the idea of getting back up, trying again. So we watched the movie Zootopia with my daughter. We've watched it a million times.
It's great.
It's so good. It's so good. I'm sorry. First of all, the scene with the sloths at the DMV is maybe one of
That
the
is
greatest
genius.
pieces of cinema ever.
Truly.
Thank you. But the song in it, Shakira's in it. Shakira's was that a gazelle? She's a gazelle, I think.
Yeah.
And she sings that song, Try Again. And there's a lyric in it. We were listening to it in the car. And my husband kind of laughed. Seamus kind of laughed at the lyric. And I thought for a minute, I'm like, oh, she said something deep in my head. But then he laughed at it. And I had this inner monologue of like, is that deep, or is that very surface or very stupid, or D, all of the above? But the lyric she said is, birds don't just fly, they fall down and get up. And so I went into this whole inner monologue of like, wow, when you say something, like when I think something's deep, is there somebody else over there going, she literally said nothing right now? Or was that actually deep? Does that make sense? Birds don't just fly, they fall down and get up. Unpack that.
totally
Unpack it,
deep.
guys.
Okay.
No, it's totally deep. I totally agree with that. And like something, you have to relate it to something in your life. Everyone is going to feel differently about it because you have to relate it inwardly. How I take that, just as an example, my husband and I do a Bible study, right? Every night. They're a little devotional, and they have dates on them. And we missed, because I was gone on a trip, we missed like 5 days. And so then we missed another and another and another. And I was like, why do we keep missing days just because we missed it? Like, just pick it up right there. Like, you missed 6, don't worry. Just start there, or you're just missing out on things that could be useful in your everyday life. Anyways, I'm going to get off that.
No,
but, like,
no. That makes sense.
Why miss out on the days that you could be doing it when you missed 5? Like, just pick it up today.
Yeah. Jim?
By the way, this is something that I think you guys might not realize when you talk about the idea that birds not only fly, but they fall down and they get up. Remember this, that when I say the word bird, very few people think about a bird on the ground pecking at the food on the ground. We think about birds flying. And the idea that we often think about athletes at their best moments. We often think about singers on the stage in front of 500,000 people. We often think about when we have a certain iconography of a particular kind of person, we imagine them at their absolute best or at their most iconographic. I think what the lyric really gets at and the profundity of it, and the reason why Seamus laughed was, I think he may have been laughing because it was obvious, but I don't mean obvious like, well, no, duh. More like, that's absolutely right. Somebody goes backstage and hangs out in the green room and picks their nose. The idea that even the things that soar have to recharge. But no, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the idea that it's like one of my favorite lines of all time came from Robert Bly talking about the idea of how much pressure we put on other people and ourselves. He talked about the idea, this is really funny and really inappropriate, I mean, in a soft, gentle way, where he says, don't forget that the woman with the golden hair on the pedestal also fartly discreets in the elevator.
Fartly discreet.
Discreets fartly in an elevator. And it's an actual line. But no, but the idea.
I do think about that when I see somebody hot. I'm like, they pooped this morning.
Well, and
I literally think that.
Literally,
but
I thought the same thing.
But that's what it means. Birds fall down and they get up because in order for a bird to fly, it's got to actually put forth a real effort. Birds don't spend their life in the air and then every once in a while descend to the ground. A bird's natural place to be is the ground. Its natural place to be second is the air. It's got to flap its wings. It's got to do that. It isn't just in a perpetual state of flight. If a bird was in a perpetual state of flight, it would be a miracle. There's no effort to doing that.
It's got to make effort. It's like don't pray when you pray to win the lottery and God says go buy the lottery ticket.
Yeah, exactly. Meet me halfway.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Meet me halfway, Jacob. Buy the ticket. Exactly. Go.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah, go ahead. Go on.
Okay, so Lindsay, on your lineup reel, someone commented, it's Leonard D, commented, is that your own personal microphone? I don't understand where the curiosity comes from, but I love it. Is that your own personal microphone in that video, Lindsay?
I mean, I bought it, so yeah. I guess so.
That's
yeah.
What I mean. I don't understand the comment, honestly, but love it. Thanks for supporting.
I mean, maybe, I do want to get it really personalized, though. I want to get one of those. I got to find out that, the little box things that go around the mic where I can write, we should write. I got to get that on it. And speaking of that,
your laptop cover,
which came in yesterday, by the way, Tara.
No way.
Yes, I was going to send you a picture yesterday.
I was thinking, was he maybe asking from the perspective of, did you record music on that microphone?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Well, if that
Musician?
was his question, then the answer is no, because this is a very different kind of mic that I would use in the studio.
Yeah.
Good insight, though, Dre. We use different kind of. There's so many different kinds of mics. Actually, this is a whole nother really boring conversation that only studio nerds would care about. But yes, there's all kinds of different mics that pick up even specifically mics made for vocal mics. They pick up on different, I have to have certain ones that are for the specific timbre of my voice and how loud I am versus others. So there's all kinds. So if that's what you're referring to, no, this is my radio mic and I have several singing mics, different mics for on stage, different mics for in the studio.
Go
on.
Also on your reel, Connor Sweetberg, who we met
Shout out
at TXGA, we love him. He commented a quote from Chit and said, "Do it, lady." And I guess that's a callback to, of course, the Do It Lady skit that you guys did, the reel in the studio, which I love that reel, by the way.
Do it, lady.
Do it, lady.
Every day, all the time. On your birthday. Yeah, go back and check that reel out. No idea.
Same. I literally have only ever heard the sound, so I guess it's a thing. Obviously, Connor knows what it is.
Huh.
But anyways.
Let me see if we can figure out where it's from. Is this a thing? Birthday comedy sketch with Keel and lyric, whatever that is.
Like Keen and Keel?
No,
I don't know.
not Keen and Peele.
No
it's
idea.
different. Yeah, Do It, lady.
Who knows?
It's something different. But yes, it is a real thing. A guy named Keel Kennedy.
No. Actually, you know what it is? I'm looking for a black person.
Is there a black person here?
Is there a black
Is there a
person
what?
Is there a black person
here?
It's that comedian. It's
Yeah,
that,
that same guy.
It's that same guy.
It's a sketch he does.
It's a
He does
sketch
like
he does.
10, and they're
Yeah.
all so
Gotcha.
creepy and funny.
By the way,
I'm
But is
looking
it
for
like
a
a
black
TV
person
show?
here. Is there? Oh wait, is there a black person here?
Yeah. Is there a black person here?
is there a black person here?
Success.
Yeah.
Now you've got to tell everybody what the punchline at the end of it is.
Yeah, he's like, there's a black person here, and he goes in there because the one black lady that's in there is like, can I help you? Got any questions, Chet? And he's just like, yeah, is there a black person here? And then he finds it, and he's like, success, and walks out the room.
He was looking for a black purse.
in there.
For his old lady.
In here.
Yeah.
In here.
I was looking for Susan's black purse. There
Yeah.
it is. Shook hands.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and by the way, the
Ridiculous.
the African American woman in that sketch, her reaction at the end is perfect. It's perfect because she's still angry at what she thought she heard, while at the same time absolutely mortified that she misunderstood it. So you know that emotion people have often when you get angry at somebody. I mean, infuriated with them, and then you realize they had done nothing wrong, but you're still angry at them for some reason. You know that one?
Yeah, embarrassment, but
Where
still
you,
mad.
you still have the residue of your anger at them, and you're lingering.
Still have the residue of their don't, even though their don't was actually fine.
Yeah, exactly. They did what they were supposed to do, and you're like, I'm angry at you. Why? I don't know anymore. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go on.
So my lineup reel that I posted for today's lineup yesterday, I looked at
It
the
was
lineup.
really
guys, and I'll be
lazy. It
honest.
was really lazy,
Yeah,
Tara.
literally. I was like, there's 12 of them, and I have so much to do right now. I'm like, guys, just look at the website. But Paranormal Pie Man commented, said, instructions unclear, arms stuck in a toaster. Like, what? I'm not sure how to help you with that, Pie Man. What do you mean?
Like his
Just
hands
go
are
to
stuck in a
RadioNemo.com.
toaster?
I guess my instructions were unclear about going to the website.
Maybe he's saying like, you know what they do like dinosaur arms when you reach for your wallet at the restaurant but you don't reach fast enough. He's like, maybe I can't type on my computer because
can't.
my hands are my toaster. I'm not saying it's
I have-
right, but
I think you're reading into it. I think he's just stuck in a toaster.
Okay. Yeah, that really simplifies the problem right there.
Got it. Thanks.
Oh,
Thanks
thank
for the
God.
clarification.
Thank God. By the way, we'll have somebody over to you. Is it hard to drive a truck, by the way, with your hand stuck in a toaster? I'm just kind of curious, Paranormal Pie Man.
Maybe
Ask
he's
your friend.
referring to the wait. Maybe he's referring to his truck is the toaster. I've stood in the back of those sometimes, and they're really hot. So maybe, and probably not.
Right.
Now we've thought way too far.
Why are we doing a deep read on this? He was making a joke at the guys. Come on, man.
Just trying to get a bagel.
Go on.
Well, Chowder commented and said, well, hello, Turtle. Nice swing seat. And said, I still don't see a fishing pole. Well, Chowder, one day I'll do a fishing reel. No pun intended. So funny. The friend of the show, Ben Maher, commented and said, I feel like this could be a commercial for Serenity Now. If you know, you know. Do either of you know what that is?
Serenity Now. Yeah, it's from Seinfeld.
Oh, I've never seen that before.
Seinfeld?
No, I've never seen Seinfeld. I know what it is, but I've never seen it. That's not a shock to anyone.
Now you all understand my existence
pain.
with Tara. Now you get it. It's like, now you get it, Lindsay. Now it lands on you like a ton of bricks. Oh, wait a second. Wait a
Trey
second.
said stop reading the Bible.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Even me would be like, okay, you're given a choice between actually reading the biblical passage or watching American Graffiti. I'm going with the biblical passage. I'm trying to keep it.
Go on.
I'm just saying maybe just saying balance it out. Not less Bible, but just more other things, Tara. You know what, Tara? Tara, you do whatever the heck you want. You're doing great in life. Go on.
Thank you. I started Parks and Rec the other day, so
Okay.
Okay.
That's
good. Thank you. Okay, so we've been adding some handwritten, fun little quotes and little tchotchke little things on the daily lineups on our Facebook. And William S. said, "I can't follow instructions. I explained the margin on Jimmy Mac's post instead of here, like he wanted. Sinister being Latin for left-handed from Ned Flanders." And now, is that what you were getting at, Jimmy? Is that what you meant by this?
Exactly, by the way. The reason why our good friend William knew what I was saying, what was being said in the posting, which is that all left-handers are sinister, is that the word sinister is merely Latin for left. That's it. And he learned that.
I'm so glad we talked about that because my daughter's left-handed and I've been very upset about our own posts that I didn't understand. I knew that it wasn't really bad, but I meant to ask you, so I'm so glad it came up.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Brad Bentley's
Love
a
that.
left-hander. I'm a left-hander. 4 of the last 5 presidents were left-handers. So guys, don't sweat the small stuff. And the reason William knows it is because in an episode of The Simpsons, Ned Flanders says, "I got to tell you, I don't like those left-handers. They're all so sinister." And that's how he knows it.
Oh my goodness.
And that's how he knows
Thank you. I'm
it.
so glad we got that out. I meant to ask.
Do you feel better now? By the way,
feel better.
did you like the one from today?
You can't park your truck. No, you can't park your truck here.
Yeah, exactly.
That was.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, you really can't, guys.
You can't park here.
But you can listen from 7 to 11 Monday through Friday. You can do that, and Road Gang Radio is Tuesday through Friday. Just wanted to kind of add that to the conversation.
He doesn't even go here, Tara.
Go on.
So, someone commented on our live stream on YouTube. It was Quinn. I don't know who Quinn is. I asked him for his handle. I didn't get a response. I got a response back, though, from him. He said, every time you say tariff, I mishear, and I think you're saying Tara. Oops. And I felt so seen with this comment. Like,
you don't want to be.
Every time you guys say tariff, especially you, Jimmy, because of the accent, it is literally my name. Like, I perk up. I'm like, yes, who's saying my name? And it's really rough. And you do say my name quite odd. You don't mispronounce it. It's just an accent.
Well, we're talking a lot about tariffs lately too. So Tara, I'm gonna start calling them Tara ifs. It's not exactly what you'd want to be compared to right now, but or mixed up with. But I do hear it.
I got to tell you, though, I would love the President of the United States to go on television and say, I'm going to impose tariffs all over the country. Because I think everybody could use a lot of tariffs. You know what I'm saying? I think people could use some tariffs in their life.
Tariffs. You know? I need more tariffs in my life.
And then you could have like, Fox News and MSNBC putting your picture up in the, next to them as they talk and being like, the president has decided to impose tariffs all across the country. I think it would actually unify the country. People would be excited about it.
Ooh, back to the Serenity thing. It's like tariffs are raising, but Tara is bringing your blood pressure down.
Exactly.
Like she's the balance. Tara is the balance to the rise of tariffs. I like this. There's something. I'm not sure what.
National Relaxation Day today. Did you know that?
By the way, yes, because it's also National Men's Grooming Day, and I suggested that relaxation occur by actually getting yourself a nice barber's appointment.
Yeah, a little shave and a little towel, warm towel on the neck.
Oh, I'd love that. Oh, I love the warm towel. Anybody here a fan of the warm towel?
Oh, yeah, of course. On your legs when you get a pedicure?
Oh, yes, Queen. Let's go do that.
Queen.
All right, go on. Quinn, wrap us up, sister.
Quinn was super quick with a response because I was like, I feel so seen by this. How do you think I feel? And he's like, is it taxing?
Hey.
That was so easy, but so good.
It was almost as good as your fishing reel.
Oh my gosh, or TGIF. It's just puns up in here all day.
Up in here. Tara, leave us with some words of wisdom, won't you?
Oh, okay. These are perfect words of wisdom. It is National Kool-Aid Day. Okay. I just want to know your favorite flavor growing up. Mine was blue raspberry lemonade. Did you guys have Kool-Aid growing up? I would assume. Yes.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
The Kool-Aid man. Wait, was he like the 60s?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's 60s. Yeah. He's 60s. Yeah. Yeah.
He's 60s, right?
By the way, Kool-Aid was the only way that kids would drink water in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, by the way. So that's it. That's your best shot. Orange.
The red one. I think I only had one flavor, red.
Yeah, I was orange. That was it. Give me some orange.
I ruined the Kool-Aid guy for my family because I watched too much Dane Cook growing up.
Oh, yeah.
No, you fix that door before my parents get home. Not going to believe a talking bowl of fruit punch busted through the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Tara, have you ever heard the term, he drank the Kool-Aid? He's drinking the Kool-Aid?
Yes.
Okay.
You sounded really far away there for a second, Tara. Where'd you go?
I'm echoing. I'm everywhere.
She's everywhere. He drank the Kool-Aid.
Everywhere.
What's your favorite color Kool-Aid? Kool-Aid color, Tara? That was tough for some reason.
Oh, blue.
Oh, you said blue, right?
Blue. Yeah. Blue.
Interesting.
Oh, we just analyzed the snot out of you right there. Tara, thank you for joining us. Tell us real quick, what are you going to do with your Serenity weekend, Tara, out there on your beautiful land?
I am going to be in that little chair you guys see, and I'm going to be reading a fantasy book, my first ever fantasy book. I'm reading Fourth Wing right now, which is the first book in a series. I'm getting into it. I'm getting into it, first ever fantasy book, so I'm excited.
My husband's reading it right now, too, so maybe you and Seamus can have a little book
Really?
club together.
Love that.
I love that for us, which reminds me, I really do. I'm looking forward to, guys. I'm going to say this now. I want us here at Radio Nemo and our spouses, partners, or if you don't have one, bring a friend. I want to have whether it's Christmas or whatever, I want to get to know the spouses of Radio Nemo, the partners, the friends. So putting that out there. Maybe we have a book club or a Christmas party or I don't know, something. Start working on it, Tara.
My husband would never read, ever, but he would love to meet all of you guys. He's met a lot of you guys. But
He reads the Bible.
Moa.
He reads the Bible.
I read it to him, to be clear, but he's listening.
All right, normally we say
Truly.
go on, Tara. I got one for you now. You ready, Dre? Get out.
Get out. Bye, guys.
Shout out. Hey, my mom is listening and just texted me. We had orange Kool-Aid too, Lindsay. I said, I think we only had the red. She's like, no, Lindsay, you were not.
Correction.
Yeah, you had a better childhood than that. We had red and orange, guys. So
Love that for you.
thank you. Have the best weekend.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Our good friend Trucker Bosun says, want to find serenity? Go sailing. And then he also said, might even return to sanity.
Pivot.
Pivot!
It's time to pivot and talk films. Coming up, Brew F.A. is going to dive into what Cinemasters is. Jimmy, I know you're ready to dive into the film world.
I don't know anything about movies.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news
Sure is.
with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, that's me, Lindsay Lawler.
That's her. Woo!
Well, hi. Hey. It's time for your country and western music news here on Radio Nemo at Road Gang Radio, because boys and girls, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Music and film. We're going to talk country music now, and then we're going to shift and talk film right after that. That's what we do. We pivot, we bob,
Pivot.
and weave, we pivot. Okay, Jim. So, as you know, just been almost 2 weeks now since we lost the great Jeannie Seeley, who passed away.
It's a nice tribute you gave to her, by the way. Well done.
Well, she was she was such a legend, especially as it pertains to the Grand Ole Opry. And so yesterday, Jim, was her memorial here in Nashville. Yesterday morning at about 10 a.m. And there was a very special tribute to her at the Grand Ole Opry, of course. The country community showed up in droves, literally, to remember her. And so the Opry, where she had performed 5,397 times, more than any other country star in history. So the funeral yesterday, Jim, at the Opry was billed, her celebration of life was billed as Jeannie Seeley's 5,398th Opry show. They let her pass away with one more under her belt, so to speak. So Jeannie Seeley's pastor and dear friend opened the service with a really sweet message and prayer. Jeannie Seeley's faith was a constant reference throughout the entire memorial. Jimmy Fortune, another legend, he was on hand. He had a personal tribute, and Daly and Vincent performed a powerful rendition of Amazing Grace. Actually, Jamie Daly of Daly and Vincent, he performed Amazing Grace. All the crowd sang along. You were able to watch it live yesterday online. Dolly Parton remembered Jeannie Seeley in a special video tribute because, of course, Dolly Parton was there in video form. She's everywhere. Larry Gatlin, Louise Mandrell, Ricky Skaggs, The Whites, Steve Wariner, The Warren Treaty, T. Graham Brown, Daryl Worley were just a few of some of the others who also shared memories and musical tributes in honor of the Opry icon. Jeannie Seeley's band, as well as the Opry band, joined together at the end of the service and closed by performing Will the Circle Be Unbroken, which was really special. There was a long list of Opry insiders, music business, friends, artists, etc., that shared stories of Seeley, including a number of facts that fans might not know. So, Jim, as you know, we reported about her life last week, but a couple things, and let's just touch on these again, Jim, because Jeannie Seeley, she opened so many doors for, artists in general, specifically women in country music, as well. She did it both privately and publicly, especially as it pertains to women performing and hosting at the Opry. She was also known for her quick wit and humor, which was frowned upon in the old days for a female to be that ballsy and boisterous, I'll say. She shared her opinion. She had really strong views. And Jim, I had to look this up. When I was reading about it, they said, her strong views were vaguely a NSFW manner. I didn't know what that means. Do you know what NSFW is, Dre or
Not
Jim?
safe for work.
I didn't know that. I had to look it up. I didn't know it. Is that Urban Dictionary kind of stuff? Or
Yes,
is that,
ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Not safe for work. Where apparently Jeannie Seeley was not safe for work on the Opry stage, even though it was only because that makes me think that anytime I see NSFW, it's actually somebody just challenging the status quo. Does that seem fair? Not always.
No.
In this scenario, that it is, though.
Yes.
Okay. Understood. So she was also a leader behind the scenes, of course, in Nashville. She advocated for the Opry to support musicians and staff to receive fair pay for their work, something that I can't believe we have to even discuss. But that's one of those things, Jim. So, teachers that need to be paid more, of course, as a whole. I don't know why that popped into my mind while seeing this. So it's like, of course, teachers need to make more. And in this regard, it's like, of course, Nashville musicians and artists and the staff of the Opry in these places that are so legendary that keep Nashville afloat, of course they should be paid a fair wage. I'm not even saying being paid more, I'm just saying a fair wage. And it's something, Jim, that when I am mayor of Nashville,
Nashville, Lindsay Lawler.
or when I'm governor of Tennessee, I don't live
Governor
in
of
Nashville.
Tennessee, Lindsay Lawler.
Thank you. One thing that I really want to do, Jim, this is a little off topic from Jeannie Seeley, but not from the type of work she did. I cannot believe that musicians that go down to perform on Broadway have to pay for parking down there, and it is expensive. And so most musicians, Jim, will park far at parking lots that are really far from Broadway where they have to perform because it's cheaper, which means that when they finish playing at 10 o'clock at night or 2 a.m. if they've done the late shift, then they have to walk all the way to their car, male or female, with their cash in hand. And I know a friend of mine, Jim, a couple of years ago, a drummer friend of mine, got jumped walking to his car because people know you've got cash. Nowadays, they get paid in Venmo a little more, but they know they're walking away with cash. They have their personal instruments or stuff on them. And the lowest common denominator preys on that. And I don't understand why there isn't a parking lot on Broadway dedicated to the musicians that keep Broadway open, that keep Nashville thriving. The reason that the Universal U, is able to go down there and have fun, the reason that even the bartenders, have work, that the bar owners have work, it's because of those musicians. Why this has not happened yet, I don't know. So when I am governor of Tennessee,
Lindsay Lawler.
my first act of business will be a parking lot for the musicians.
Nice.
By the way, there is going to be in the next couple of decades, Lindsay, a growing urge for more and more local politicians to stop worrying about things they have no control over and start really focusing on that kind of stuff. That is, I have to tell you,
Wow.
this is
Why do you say like that's an ongoing conversation, or is that something that you're hoping to happen?
No, that's something that's happening. And by the way, I'm not picking sides in this election. You can forget about the word socialist, communist, fascist, all of that nonsense for a second. The reason a guy who calls himself a socialist in the city of New York is actually the leading candidate to become the next mayor of New York has nothing to do with suddenly people being won over to the ideas of socialism. It's because he's talking about actually making the buses free. It's because he's actually talking directly about bringing down the cost of rent in Manhattan, Brooklyn, and all the boroughs. Is at the end of the day, I tell people, if you don't focus on what people want, somebody else will come along and you might not like who does it. And that's it at the end of the day. The woman who actually is the governor of Michigan, whatever you think of her, you know what her campaign was when she ran the first time? Fix the damn roads. That was her entire campaign slogan, was fix the damn roads. Guys, do not comment about whether she did or not. That's not what I'm getting at here. And I will tell you, Charlie Baker, when he became the Republican governor of Massachusetts, let me repeat myself, the Republican governor of Massachusetts, he did it by simply saying, I don't want to blow up the whole world here, guys. All I want to do is make this thing work more efficiently. People are waiting in too many government agency lines for too long of a time. I'm just going to make sure that things get streamlined and that there are consequences for holding you up at the DMV and the permits offices. Everything is local. Everything is local. And there's a whole other conversation ahead about the fact is at some point there ain't no such thing as a free lunch and your music ain't free. And that's it. If you want good music, you got to figure out where do you pay? Do you pay at the door on the cover charge that goes up to cover these people? Or do you pay in your taxes to build them specialized parking? Do you pay? Who pays for the permits to get these guys the parking they need? But there ain't no such thing as a free lunch, and nobody's playing music for you for free. And if you think they are, you're going to get the music you deserve. That's it.
Yeah, you get what you pay for. Yeah, no, I think it's Jim, this goes back to, and I know it's exhausting when I bring it up, how people consume things passively and don't think what goes into it. Same thing with going and listening to music for free. All those bars are for free. You tip them if you feel so inclined, which I hope that you do. I mean, I made my living for years off of a tip jar. That's how I paid my bills. And not well, because this was before, Jim, when I played on Broadway, it was before there was Venmo, because people could have the excuse if they didn't have cash. Sorry, I don't have cash. I can't. And now there's Venmo. And so people get drunk and are Venmoing. Those people down there are they're starting to make a lot more money, or they were. But then I've heard, I just had a long conversation actually yesterday with a friend who plays down there. And they're saying now actually people, they're really hurting for work down there, or hurting to make money. People are tipping less. People aren't showing as more. So it's all cyclical, but just be aware when you're down there, because I've seen there's tip jugs on the bar for the bartenders. And this is my last note, then I'll move on. My PSA to the downtown Nashville performers, or anywhere performers, wherever you go that make their living off a tip jug. They do not pool the money for the bartenders and the people on stage. Those bartenders make triple what those performers make, because the bartenders are getting the bar bill and the jugs on. And I think people just assume if I tip the bartender, everyone's sharing. No, the people on stage make the bucket that's on stage, period. So just remember it when you're giving all your money to that bartender who handed you a beer. Think of the performers that are standing there for 4 hours singing to you to make sure you have a fun time. That's all. I said it. I spoke my piece. Okay. So as did Jim. Thank you for going there with me, Jim. And the final thing I'll say, because I thought this is really cool about Jeannie Seeley, not only was she a singer, songwriter, and longtime Opry performer, she was also an author. She was an actor. She was a poet. She was an interior designer. She was a landscape designer, amongst other things. And I think that's so cool. Even if she did them as hobbies, I really like the idea, Jim, of listing what people did, whether it's in your obituary or your biography, or just when you introduce somebody as a friend, to being like, this is my friend Jimmy Mack. He's a radio host. He's a writer. He's a reader. Like, just all this. I love knowing all these other little things about him. He has a chicken. I don't know. I think all those things are important because they all become part of your whole fabric, as opposed to he's a radio host. Like, I like all the things that make up that person.
I do too. And really quick comment, I'll let you move on about Jeannie Seely. I got a chance to look at some of the stuff that came out of that funeral. I was so deeply moved by the attendance. I was so deeply moved by the attendance. It made me feel like I hadn't thought about Jeannie Seely in forever. And when I saw the people that showed up and the people that poured out, and that's not somebody who's in the news all the time, but it's just a great example of the people that mattered in regards to her life. They showed up. And it was a genuine, I wish that upon all of my friends. I hope when you leave us, that those who were with you through your life show up in the way they showed up for Jeannie Seely. I just wanted to add that. It was really moving.
Yeah, it was moving.
It was really moving.
I think about that sometimes. I'll say my own funeral. I'm like, I want to live a long time, but I'd also like to know if I died tomorrow, who would be coming. Listen, I do not want to die tomorrow.
I'm on the plane.
I know you would be. Likewise, I'll be there front row. I'll front row. With a boombox and glitter signs. I'm making that funeral party, yo. Yours too.
Flowers.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for nothing.
Carnations, by the way, white carnations. Go on.
Speaking of things, country music legends, icons, establishments that we're losing, Jim, the Crystal Palace, of course, the music and dining joint up in Bakersfield that was launched by Buck Owens. It shut its doors, abruptly shut its doors. And it is so sad. It has hosted every country music star in America just about over the years. Have you ever been to the Crystal Palace,
I actually have.
It's so fun and quaint. And if you haven't been there or even seen pictures, guys, it's like this. It's equal parts. It's just nostalgic. It's small. It's only under 600 people, I think, that it even seats. But it's a dining hall. And performance space and shop. It's just the cutest, fun place. Anyway, so the closure of the Temple of Country Music, as they've called it. It's up there in the San Joaquin Valley. It's a huge part of their history up there. It prompted an outpouring of grief, of course, from fans all over social media. They're actually putting out desperate pleas to stars like Dwight Yoakam, Garth Brooks, Taylor Swift, saying, please buy this place and help it. So Jim Shaw, who's the director of the Buck Owens Private Foundation, and which they have owned the Crystal Palace since Buck Owens died in 2006. He said the closure has been coming for a long time. He's dreaded it, but between the pandemic, the slow-moving economy, the high, tight margins for a restaurant business, those are all factors that play into it. Plus, he said the members of Buck Owens' family involved in the business, they're all in their mid to late 70s, and he says, quote, we've done all that we can, unquote. I don't know, Jim, if that is hey, we've done all we can. I don't know if he emphasized we, because I only saw it. We've done all we can. I don't know if that's the sneaky, like, if you want to save it, get involved.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Or just, so we'll see. But so Jim Shaw himself, he was a keyboard player and former band leader for Buck Owens and Buck Owens band, the Buckaroos, of course. He's been with Buck Owens since he left Fresno State to join the band back in the 1970s. By that point, Buck Owens, he had already changed country music. He changed literally single-handedly changed Bakersfield. When you say that Bakersfield sound, that comes from Buck Owens, guys. He was born in wait, when did you see a show there at Crystal Palace, Jim?
We just drove over there to go see it. Just literally drove over there to go see it.
Did you feel the spirits in there?
Yes.
It's got that feel of it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's really charming, too. It's really charming. It's like there are places you go and you're like, oh, this is where it happened, big deal. It's not one of those places.
No, it's so charming.
It really feels like that. I was like, just thought it was really cool.
Can we start a movement? If anyone listening can buy the Crystal Palace or has some rich friends, please make a call. So Buck Owens, he was born in Texas. He spent but much of his childhood up in Arizona before heading over to Bakersfield's music club scene. he's the one that really brought that, that twangy country sound, twangy country to the ballads up there. By the 1950s and 60s, that sound turned his city. It became really a Western rival to Nashville, what we do here. Some of Buck Owens' hits, of course, are Together Again, Crying Time, Love's Gonna Live Here, I've Got a Tiger by the Tail. Of course, that guy. So it also, of course, The Streets of Bakersfield, which became his late career hit, which is funny to me. That was late in his career. That wasn't early. But and then Dwight Yoakam cut it later. It's got the lyrics, "How many of you that sit and judged me ever walked the streets of Bakersfield?" Such a great line. The Bakersfield sound, it was further cemented by another one-time member of Buck Owens' band, Merle Haggard. He played with the Buckaroos briefly, only until the 1960s. And then in 1996, Buck Owens opened the Crystal Palace. It was an all-in-one restaurant, concert venue, and museum of Buck Owens' life. Jim, it's located, coincidentally enough, on Buck Owens Boulevard. Coincidence? I think not.
I think not, yeah.
It has
really, not a coincidence at all. Absolutely not a coincidence, yeah.
No, it's that. It has, like I said, fewer than 600 seats, but every country music star most every country music star has performed there, even though it's a small venue. It's so old school and quaint, nostalgic. I just love it. Jim Shaw said he's trying to avoid the heartbreak by just focusing on the fact that we had an incredible 28 years. Everyone's played here. Taylor Swift, Garth Brooks, Willie Nelson, Dwight Yoakam, Brad Paisley. Garth Brooks, Jim, he even proposed to his wife, Trisha Yearwood, there back in 2005. Taylor Swift played there when she was 16. And Dwight Yoakam's played too many times to count. He said that of Buck Owens' death, he said, "I loved him. He was part friend, part sibling, and a whole lot of surrogate parent." So the Buck Owens Foundation, they listed the building for sale last year. There were plenty of looky-loos, but no takers. And this goes into a long list, actually, of venues that are struggling to stay afloat. So somebody step in and try to buy this beautiful place. Jim, how much money do you have in your pocket right now?
Nothing. I
Great.
got some lint. Really quickly, guys.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance. By the way, people should go back and listen to Dave Wilbert from yesterday because he's a big fan of that Bakersfield sound. We got that posted. And there's a wonderful book by Mark Elliott that we've actually had on the show too, called The Hag, The Lifetimes and Music of Merle Haggard. A whole front part of that book is spent explaining both the Bakersfield sound and how all that world kind of came into being. So if that kind of stuff fascinates you, go check it out and maybe get inspired to find somebody who's willing to step in and take care of the Crystal Palace.
Yeah. It's closed. I was going to say, let's go make a family road trip up there, but doors are already closed, kind of overnight.
Yeah.
All right. So I said Taylor Swift performed there. So I'm going to talk about Taylor Swift here, but they're only because as it pertains to football, guys. Jim, I'm curious what you think about this. So, first of all, Travis Kelce talks about, I'm saying this because Taylor Swift appeared on Travis and Jason Kelce's podcast this week. 2 nights ago, she was on it. So, and Travis Kelce has said, Jim, and I know you'll agree with this, he said in this GQ interview I saw, he talks about how Taylor is like an athlete. He said she walks off the stage and he's blown away thinking, now that was an athletic performance. I agree. She does like 3-hour shows where she's moving the entire time and singing. She does sing, whether you like her singing or not, I don't care. But she does. That is an Olympic feat that she does.
Not an invitation for editorial. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So anyway, so why, Jim, would she go on the podcast? Go on. The podcast is called New Heights, which is Travis and Jason Kelce. They're brothers, of course. Why would she go on the New Heights podcast? Besides the obvious answer that it's her boyfriend's show, Jim.
To promote something new. I mean, that's the reason why people come on this show, is to promote something new.
Think deeper. Okay, so there's got to be a bigger theory. Yes, she's promoting. She did come on. She shows her new album, which is called Life of a Showgirl, which drops October 3rd. So everyone is excited about that. But I saw this listened to this Australian podcast the other day. And this is the woman who's on it. Mia, I think is her name. It's called Mama Mia or something like that. Anyway, the podcast. So she's like, there's got to be a bigger theory because everything Taylor does is calculated.
Your Morgan Wallen mind is at work now, by the way.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
wanted to make sure. Okay, that's what I thought.
So Taylor Swift does a great job, and she's the biggest planner as far as artists go. She will start dropping little Easter eggs, little hints years before she does something. She knows what she's doing 5-10 years out, which is totally your bag, Jim, not mine. I'm like, if we're not doing it tomorrow, we're not doing it ever.
I know. Which, by the way, is why I was the perfect person to kind of bring the idea of we should write. It's like, nope, slow down, nope, slow down, nope, slow down. Go get him, Tiger. Go get him. Go get him. Go get him. Go. Yeah.
So here's the thought. So Taylor's done everything as far as performance goes. There's one thing she hasn't done, Jim. Think about the one big performance Taylor Swift has not done.
Place or are we talking?
Event.
Oh, I got it. No. It's a bowl and it's really super.
Yep. Super Bowl. Taylor Swift has not done the Super Bowl. So, she's on record as saying something like she doesn't want to do this. She didn't want to do the Super Bowl until she's put out 6 albums or something like that. So she wanted to meet certain other things before she got there, I guess. So, hang on, I'm trying to get my Google Meets back on here. Okay, so too much going on.
Flip the screen.
I know, literally.
That's a great moment, by the way, with you and Emily. That whole thing in the podcast when you guys got talking about the screen. It's so charming. She's
thank you.
so
Yes,
self-effacing.
she's
So self-effacing. Good.
Go back and listen to it if you get a chance. Listen to We Should Write. It's up on every streaming platform now. Okay. Anyway, so she's never done the Super Bowl. She said she wants to do like 6 albums or something. But there's something about the Super Bowl happening next year in California. Something about the fact there's something related to Orange. I don't know what the tie-in is about Orange and California and the Super Bowl. There's something. Do you know what it would be?
Orange County. I don't know what the tie-in would be.
I don't. If anybody knows, anyone's listening, let me know. There's something about it that Orange is related. I'm not sure. But then, so they go even deeper to guess. And she goes, because this is the type of thing Taylor Swift to do. The Chiefs' colors are red and yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And those 2 colors make orange. So anyway, they're guessing that that's one more big Easter egg that she's going to perform the Super Bowl this year. Or next year, rather. We'll see.
That is the kind of what I call ridiculously reading too deep. Literally, these women are like numerologists. And I have a 26-year-old wonderful niece. Wonderful niece. Has a professional career, is engaged to be married, is now a cancer survivor. Just adore her. And finally, we end up friends on Instagram. And the first post I actually get notification of when I finally friend her or finally follow her and she follows me back is a Taylor Swift post. These people are everywhere.
Swifties unite.
Oh, I'm telling you.
I'm not a Swiftie, but I am very intrigued. I'm a Swiftie, meaning I'm in the outer circle of it. I did though. I had Miss Americana and Folklore, her documentaries on Disney. I'm all in because she's a poet, love her or hate her. She's a poet. I don't care what you say. I would love to have her on We Should Write. So anyway, we'll see. Maybe she's performing at the Super Bowl. Maybe not. You can hear her podcast. It's out with, it's called Higher, what's it called again? New Heights with Travis and Jason Kelsey. Okay, speaking of football, Jim, this is so stupid, but I would say it anyway. Luke Bryan, he really pissed off some fans by tricking them. Can we not trust anyone? If we can't trust Luke Bryan, Jimmy Mack, who can we?
Jesus.
Yes. Fair. Fair enough. So Luke Bryan performed at the Xfinity Center up in Mansfield, Massachusetts last week, and he teased the crowd, Jim, by announcing an appearance from Tom Brady the same day the Patriots unveiled a 12-foot tall statue of the NFL star at Gillette Stadium. So Brady goes on stage and he says, "Congratulations for Tom Brady's new statue today." And you can see this happening in a TikTok video, by the way. And then he starts chanting TB12, TB12. Of course, a reference to
Tom Brady's
jersey.
Yeah.
TB12. So the whole crowd is going TB12 at Luke Bryan's concert. And then he says, "And welcome to the stage, Tom Brady. Y'all give it up." Everyone loses their minds. And he goes, "I'm just effing with y'all." Like, you can't do that in
Sure
Patriot
you can.
country.
Sure you can. I mean,
I'd say
there's a lot
stupid.
of things. There's a lot of things. Oh, I didn't say it wasn't stupid. I said, sure you can. I mean, sure you can absolutely get a bunch of people over in Patriot country out of their minds, insanely incensed at you and want to storm the stage and tear you to pieces, you can do that.
I guess you can.
I don't
He's a dumb, and he wonders why Luke Bryan is the guy that keeps getting stuff thrown at him on stage, and he's been so vocal about. Well, here's why, Luke. Because you make stupid jokes. He also, then he says with the joke, he goes, guys, you know Brady only plays golf with Morgan Wallen. He goes, I can't get him on the phone. Only Morgan can. So anyway, so Tom Brady, of course, 7-time Super Bowl champion. He was immortalized at Patriot Place Plaza last week when Robert Kraft unveiled the statue ahead of the team's game against the Commanders.
The inventor of Kraft cheese, by the way.
Of course, obviously. Right, he says, right now, I feel extremely honored, deeply grateful. And if I'm being honest, kind of old, said Tom Brady. He played at this stadium from 2000 to 2019. So he said, I think this is great. He says, I'm also a little surprised because usually they don't build statues until you're really old or dead. He said, it's not every day you get a statue, at least not one like this. Seeing myself as a statue isn't something I could have ever imagined. When I was drafted, I just hoped to make the team. I never dreamed I'd be standing here 2.5 decades later, made of bronze and frozen in time. It's a pretty appropriate given, though, my 40-yard dash time. And then finally he says, in the end, this statue isn't just for Pats fans. It'll also give Jets fans something to throw beers at as they leave the stadium every year, probably in the second quarter, maybe the third.
By the way, he says, what is it? Frozen in bronze in time. Is that how he put it?
Made of bronze and frozen in time.
And the statue is pretty cool, too. Hey-oh!
Hey-oh! Let's go.
Yeah, all right.
According to the Pats, the newest addition to Gillette Stadium makes Brady the first player in franchise history to earn that honor of having a bronze statue standing at the location. Per ESPN, the statue was created by a local sculptor, and its granite base was quarried in Vermont. Okay, this day in country music history, I got to do this because it's a shout-out call back to Buck Owens. Don Rich was born. He's a country musician who helped develop that Bakersfield sound in the 60s. He was a guitarist, a fiddler, and a member of the Buckaroos, Buck Owens band, and he died back in 1974. But he was born today, so happy birthday to him. I'm sure he's clinking beers with Buck Owens. That's your country and Western music history here on RadioNemo. Come up next on Road Gang Radio. We're talking with Rufe about movies, Jim. This is your bag.
By the way, I'm going to ask her about a cold eye, a tramp, and a trash master.
What'd you call me?
Exactly. You're all three.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Live from the Crescent City to coast and streaming online, this is Road Gang Radio. We have the soul of trucking with Jimmy Mack and Miss Lindsay Lawler.
Oh, the soul of trucking, huh?
That's a burden.
Did you write that about yourself, Jimmy Mac?
No, I didn't write any of these things, by the way.
Just
We had a
kidding.
running joke here. That is a burden. I'm being asked to bear some real burdens around here. I'm just glad that I have a partner to help me lift the load.
Can you be the soul of trucking if you don't? And this goes to like Dave Nemo too. The soul of trucking if you've never driven a truck.
Absolutely not. I don't believe that at all, and Dave wouldn't believe that either. You can be the voice of trucking. You can be the voice in the distance. You can be the light at the end of the tunnel. But the soul of trucking, there's some driver out there that we have not yet met, or maybe that we have met that's actually on the chat at YouTube who might in fact be the soul of trucking. I think the soul of
Listen, I'm not knocking the intro. I'm just bringing it up for discussion. That's all.
I'm just asking.
Didn't write it, guys.
I went and had lunch with somebody, by the way, who was one of those guys who was just asking questions, and I almost brained him with a skillet. I almost went in the kitchen and just popped him with a skillet. I'm just asking questions, man. I'm like, oh, give me a break here, dude. He literally got into the Epstein stuff about how he was a Mossad agent, and I was like, dude.
Hard left.
I'm like, hard left. Let's get back to this wonderful Salisbury steak we're eating.
Let's get back to this wonderful show we're hosting. How about that? Because our next guest, who, by the way, was a suggestion, or rather a request from our very own Madison. A demand. She's doing what I like to do. Like, I'm going to use this radio show to talk to people I want to talk to, right? Which is cool.
Right, yeah.
Now, Madison, before I intro her, was this somebody that you personally know or that you found and you were interested in?
Oh, yeah.
So I spent the last 2 years interning at the Cannes Film Festival, and I met Miss Ruafay the first year, and she also attended for a second year. And when we got to know each other, we became friends. We clicked automatically, and I found out how cool she was because she runs this blog called Cinemasters. She's an absolute cinephile. I think she has like 20,000 monthly readers or so. That number might be wrong, but I'm sure she'll correct when she gets on air. But basically, she just goes around to all of the biggest film festivals and gets like a PR pass, watches all the movies, and reviews it on her website. And she's still in college, might I add. So.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, because she might be the youngest film expert maybe we've ever met. Certainly, probably the youngest guest we've had on the actual guest booked on this show, at least since I've been here, Jim.
I think so, because even the young country and western performer who was actually doing Gretna Fest, there was a country and western performer who was from country and western royalty. I think he was like 22, 23, right around there.
And she's still in college. So Ruafay joining us next. She's the creator and editor-in-chief of cinemasters.net. Head on over there. It's a site she launched back in 2021 to share her love of film. It was how she could connect with other cinephiles. That word makes me giggle. And post reviews, essays, and analysis on everything from the latest releases to the classics. She's not just talking about the latest releases, although she's seen every single one so far that's come out this year, guys. She's covered major festivals like South by Southwest, Tribeca, Cannes, of course, and she just moved to LA last week to be in the heart of it all, so we'll talk about that. She's currently studying film at Ithaca College. She serves as president of the Film Society. She writes for the school paper. Her favorite directors, by the way, are Kubrick, Chaplin, and Waters. Jimmy's not. He's not here for this conversation at all. She's here to talk about the state of cinema, what's exciting her now, maybe pull the curtain back a little on what Hollywood is really saying. This is what I want to talk to you about, through the stories they put out on screen. So please make welcome to the show our youngest guest, one I'm very excited to talk to, youngest and maybe even the smartest, Ruafay. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, and thank you for that lovely introduction.
Oh, that's what we do here. We actually take deep dives into the people we're actually bringing on the show and figure out who we care around here. Okay, so let's kind of start with origin stories, by the way, because I noticed that, as Lindsay said, your three favorite filmmakers, essentially you are a fan of a Cold Eye, a Tramp, and a Trash Master is the best way to kind of think about all three
What'd you
of them.
call me?
I've been calling you that since the show began. You need to get used to things, by the way.
Fair.
So the idea that Pauline Kael, the great American critic, always talked about the idea that I lost it at the movies, that we like what we like and we shouldn't apologize for it. Can you tell me, of those three filmmakers, which one you fell in love with first? Was it Kubrick, was it Chaplin, or was it Mr. John Waters, who still, by the way, is hitchhiking around the United States, in case you people didn't know? We should get him on the show at some point. Where did you fall in love with the movies? I mean, I don't just mean like the movies. I mean fall in love with the movies.
I mean, the earliest memories I have are, so I was born the same year that The Incredibles came out, and I just absolutely fell in love with it. I was Mr. Incredible for Halloween like 3 years in a row as like a toddler. I memorized the whole script. And then as I got older, like one of my favorite movies was Moulin Rouge, and I watched like all of the Baz Luhrmann movies. And when I got a little older, I started really diving into older movies. I don't think any of my like top 10 favorite movies were made past like 91 or something. Like I really do have a love for, you
The
know,
Dark
older
Ages.
cinema. Yeah, pretty much. But I'd say like my first favorite director was Kubrick. I remember like being 16 in COVID and telling my mom, "Oh my God, I just finished Kubrick's entire filmography," and she was like, "That's nice, but have you done your homework?"
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Go watch My Little Pony and get back to work.
There was
Exactly.
when me and Rua were in Cannes, we got to experience something really special together. We got to see the 100th anniversary what's it called? A remaster of Charlie Chaplin's The Gold Rush, and she literally was like crying her eyes out next to me. So I can definitely speak to her love for those directors.
Do you remember, by the way, the first Chaplin movie you saw?
Yes, I'm actually about to get a tattoo of it. It was Modern Times. I just absolutely fell in love with it. I think I discovered Chaplin during a very sort of dark time for the world during COVID and a really tough election cycle. So it was nice to just really turn my brain off and just experience the pure joy and comedy of his movies. It was something that was very reassuring to me. And but I think my favorite of his is actually his talkie, The Great Dictator, because I think it's so hilarious that in the middle of World War II, he essentially makes a movie pulling the piss out of Hitler and playing him as just like a bumbling idiot. And I don't know, I just really admire his, I don't know, the balls to do that. I think it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and by the way, in case you guys aren't aware, is the fact that Chaplin would continue to direct movies almost to the day that he kind of shuffled off his mortal coil. He actually, I don't know if you know this, Lindsay, in 1966, he actually ended up directing a film called The Countess from Hong Kong with Marlon Brando and Sophia Loren. He never stopped working. He always had a deep, deep love affair with the American movie industry, which wasn't always as nice back to him. Okay. So let's talk about the project itself. You try to see everything, and I've been trying to convince Lindsay to go see Weapons. In the last
No, you
week,
haven't.
yes,
You
I
haven't
have.
even-
I've talked about Weapons with you. I remember I told you to go see it. I said, I know how much you don't like horror movies, but you should.
Oh, I
really-
tuned out once you told me it was a horror movie.
Oh,
So
okay,
I don't
okay.
even remember what it's called.
So what I kind of wanted to dig in with you, and then we'll open it up, and Madison will have a question, and I know Lindsay's got a whole bunch of stuff for you. But in the last week and a half, I have been to go see Weapons, Eddington, and Together,
And Superman.
Well, Superman is that is like the exact opposite of those three movies.
I know, but I'm showing your balance.
Yeah, there is a little hashtag balance going on, along with the countless stuff I watch on streaming and online and all that stuff. Do you think that we're in a golden age of horror films? Do you think we're in a golden age of scary stuff? That we are actually, that it's finally broken the confines of being a subgenre, genre, and is now actually just considered part of like what serious filmmaking is by everybody? And I don't mean like the people who love cinema. I mean like everybody.
I think certainly, and I think it's proof to these studios that it's worth investing in original stories, because I remember growing up in the early 2010s, horror was almost seen as like a very lowbrow genre. It was like these Blumhouse films that had tiny budgets but made a lot of money, and the stories, or people didn't think the stories were very good. But now we're really seeing this time where, I don't know, it's just some incredible writing that also happens to be in the horror genre. And it's horror films, like especially Weapons, that aren't afraid to add a substantial amount of humor to it. Because Zach Krager, before he directed Weapons and Barbarian, was on a Comedy Central show called The Whitest Kids You Know. I actually don't know if it's Comedy Central. But like Jordan Peele, they both started as comedians and have transitioned remarkably well into horror. But yeah, I think this golden age of horror we're in right now has to do with the players at the forefront and who are writing these movies. And I think you're absolutely correct. It's I can't wait to see what Krager does next and what we have in store for us with Jordan Peele's new film that he didn't direct, he produced. It's called Him. That's coming out soon. It's like a sports horror movie, and it looks like something we've never quite seen before. But I'm very excited for that one.
I actually am excited for that too. But do you think on that note, we talked about this, Jim? I can't remember what it was in reference to a couple weeks ago. I think we had on a horror podcaster maybe. Anyway, the filmmaker that the local guy there in New Orleans, Jim. Anyway, do you remember what's his name?
Oh my God! I got Zach Krieger stuck. I got Zach Krieger stuck in my head.
First name D, last name starts with an H, I think. Anyway, whatever, it'll come to you. But we talked about the idea, Rua, that do you think? Because I was trying to figure. I'm not a horror has not spoken to me, but I do. I'm a songwriter, so I'm always looking for like, what's the meaning and what are they actually trying to say? And we got on the conversation that is the horror genre perhaps maybe one of the truest genres out there because they say the things that they say the harsh things, they say the tough things, they say the ugly things. Now they characterize it sometimes with slashers or scary scenes or whatever, but they really are hitting very universal topics that are dark and stuff that we need to grow and heal from. So on that note, would you say that horror is one of the most truthful genres out there as it pertains to film?
Absolutely. And I think you kind of have to look no farther than the best movie of the year, in my opinion, which is Sinners, because it is to its core like a horror movie, but it also has a very real message about racism, Jim Crow, and the residual effects of colonialism for Irish people. And it was just such an incredible thing to see. And not only was it an original film that brought people into theaters, but it also made people think and pay attention to these issues that we tend to sweep under the rug. So I think you're right. I think horror, what's that saying? It disturbs the comfortable and comforts the disturbed. I think
my mantra. My mantra.
Yeah.
How I walk through life. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm writing on Jimmy's tombstone.
One of the reasons I've tried to convince Lindsay to watch more horror films and why I think it's not a logical leap for people like Jordan Peele and for Zach Krieger to make the leap from comedy into horror is they have the same structure. It's set up. It's set up and then payoff. The idea that you're building towards a reaction device, that there's an inherent reaction device that you can gauge the success of the artistic venture based on the audience reaction, whether it is uproarious laughter or a scream. And that the idea that suspense plays a large part. You kind of extend the thread as long as you possibly can to build up tension and then release it. And that a joke and a jump scare in particular have a lot in common. What are you finding in regards to what's coming out new and next in horror? What are you keeping your eye on?
Well, I tend to really keep track of movies before they come out and sort of follow their journey. Let me see. In terms of, I have a lot of movies I'm looking forward to. Luc Besson just released another iteration of Dracula. It was really quiet. Like for a director as big as him, it didn't really make a lot of noise, but it came out, I think it comes out in the U.S. I don't think it's having a U.S. release, but I think that's going to be pretty good. I'm really looking forward to Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, as well as Maggie Gyllenhaal's The Bride, which is coming out next year. I just can't wait to see how those two filmmakers approach the same story. Like I'm just really excited. I think The Black Phone 2 is coming out soon. I really enjoyed the first one. I think we're about to see another great wave of horror coming in the next few months.
By the way, Lindsay is friends, by the way, and we'll throw it to Madison here. You're friends with Osgood Perkins, are you not, Lindsay? You actually know him, right?
His family grew up, my husband grew up with his family, Osgood and Elvis, as well as Anthony Perkins. Anthony Perkins was one of my father-in-law's closest friends, which is bizarre. There's a lot to unpack there. But anyway, I digress. So Madison, we found out about you, Rua, through Madison, our dear beloved Madison with a T, who is also a film buff and a beautiful filmmaker in her own right. Madison, you told us how you guys met, but what would you say is the biggest connection that you two have? Why you're connected, like, finding your people and then keeping them in your circle so that you remain inspired. Rue is actually obviously one of those people. Why is that so important to you? And then feel free to ask her a question.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really believe in like you are the company you keep, and when you meet somebody who also strives for excellence like Rua, especially being a girl in this male-dominated industry and being as young as we are, it's really hard to garner respect from others. And I think the fact that both of us are working so hard at such a young age to unapologetically like be who we want to be, do what we want to do is really awesome. And so I need more friends like her. I wish she was here in Louisiana, but I'm gonna have to fly out and visit her. I didn't even
She's
know
in
you
the other
moved.
LA. She's in the other LA.
Yeah, the other LA. Exactly.
By the way, there are bumper stickers that say this is L.A., not L.A.
And not Lower Alabama either.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Rua, can you talk about, I'd love to hear this from you, by the way, about the idea of building something and having people come. And I'd love to know what the numbers are behind who's show up to read your reviews and your insights and your thoughts. But was there a point where you realized, oh, my God, I've got something here at cinemasters.net where something kind of clicked in and you're like, or was it just, I'm going to do my thing and if people come, that's fine?
Well, I have an uncle who's a theater professor, and he gave me this book called The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield.
So good.
This was right around the time, this was about a 2 months starting into writing for my website, and I think it said something like, you have a better chance to succeed if you're not making art to succeed. If you're just doing it for the love of it.
Period.
I was like, oh, so I am doing this for the right reasons. And I think the real magic from it just comes from the consistency. I have a great team of writers, but I started when I was 16, and to be 21 and have 5 years of experience I really owe it all to my, cooped in COVID era teenage self. I can't really point to a single moment where I was like, oh my God, this is something special. I think it was when I got my first press pass to the Toronto Film Festival, and I got there, and I was like, Toronto. I love the way that TIFF does press passes. They give you 10 free tickets, and they say, what do you want to see? And I really enjoyed the experience of going to a festival with the sole purpose of covering it. At this point, I had already interviewed quite a few people, like producers and directors and content creators on YouTube, and I had built up like not only a reader base, but also like a network of people that were in the industry. Like, I think one of the first filmmakers that really took notice was the documentarian Kurt Tenney, who actually made my favorite documentary, Dear Zachary, and which is an incredible film. It's on Amazon Prime, I believe. And I found his email when I was 16. I said, you made my favorite documentary. I would love to interview you. And he gave me a chance. And I'm still so incredibly grateful for that. And as president of the Ithaca College Film Society, we actually had like a special screening of it a few months ago where he called in and answered a few questions, and that was incredible. Filmmaker Tony Kaye also like subscribes to my website, which is crazy. He made American History X, and he has a great new film coming out called The Trainer. But yeah, I built it, and somehow they came. People cared about my little website, and I'm so grateful for it.
You're so Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
She's also got to brag on her a little bit. She's recently
Please.
been certified for Rotten Tomatoes. So
I saw that.
Yeah,
So wait, what does that look like to actually be certified? Because I go through that, read those obviously especially when we watch our like Western of the Month or whatever we do. I'm just always curious other people's takes. What is the certification of on Rotten Tomatoes? Is it a qualification kind of thing, or do you have to submit yourself, or what does that look like?
So you could only apply for 1 week in March, and I just happened to look into it during that week, miraculously.
Meant to be.
Yeah. So normally, there's two types of reviews you can leave on Rotten Tomatoes. So there's the audience score, which just means that anyone who sees the movie, whether it be just like casual film lovers or amateur critics, they can submit to that, and it affects the little popcorn emoji, like the audience score, and those will have 10,000 plus reviews. But the critic score, also called the tomato meter, is vetted, accredited critics. And it's been a huge game changer for me as someone who grew up like using Rotten Tomatoes as my sort of like little mini Bible of like what to watch. It's been such an incredible opportunity to contribute to that little tomato meter score. It's so crazy. Like I actually get like such a power trip out of it. I'm like, everyone hates this movie, but I'm going to give it a good review because it needs justice. Like I don't know.
That's how you By the way, that's how you become the next Pauline Kael. I don't know if you know this, Lindsay, but when Bonnie and Clyde came out, it got trashed. Everybody hated it. It got the worst reviews possible. And this critic over in New York named Pauline Kael absolutely promoted the hell out of it, forced everybody to go back and watch it again, and it became a big hit. You can change people's minds, can't you?
Yeah, because people don't think for themselves. So tell them what you've got to see both sides, and whoever finds which. So and then I'm curious back to real quick then on the you mentioned Dear Zachary, in that documentary, and that it's your favorite documentary. I just in the past couple of years have become documentaries are my current favorite thing to watch as I understand how the world and humanity works. What is it about? What is it that drew you to that? Why do you say that specific documentary is the best one you've ever seen, outside of the story being insane?
I mean, I've always been really interested in true crime. I think it's the homemade sort of scrapbook aspect and feel to it. Like I really love the editing style, and that it's very much like kind of a one-man project. Like Kurt directed, edited, produced, got all the footage for it.
He also wrote it and did the music for it. I'm looking at that now. So literally did everything.
I just appreciate just how much of a labor of love it was, because it's not like he didn't make it to put it in festivals or to make money. He made it to tell the story of his late best friend and his parents. And I just think it has such an incredible heart. And yeah, I mean, I've yet to see a documentary that has made me as emotional as that one.
Wow.
We gotta wrap it up. We have to wrap it up because we gotta actually preview the next show that's going to come on here. We can't thank you enough for making the time for us, and we are so thrilled that Madison got a chance to introduce you to us, and us to you.
Yeah, and Madison, what do you want to say to your dear friend here before we lose her?
Oh yeah, my one question. So I wanted to ask. Basically, we all know what Letterboxd is, right? I feel like that's kind of destigmatized film criticism. It's made it like a much more like widely available to the public, fun thing. And I wanted to ask Rua, like, how has that kind of changed the landscape with like the popularization of Letterboxd coming out?
I mean, I love Letterboxd. I think it's like more than anything, it's given people sort of like a catalog of what to watch. It sorts things by directors, by country, by genre. So now all of these people have access to filmmakers from Russia or Iran or Mexico that they never would have known if they had just gone to, the regular cinema or watched Hollywood movies. I think Letterboxd has, I guess, made certain films more visible, and I really appreciate it for that, because I probably wouldn't know who Tarkovsky is if it wasn't for Letterboxd at 16 when I was writing about movies. So everyone go download Letterboxd. It's a great app.
Yeah,
it's good
us.
It's just good to organize your thought and organize your film thoughts and prioritize rather. Rua, where's the best place they can go find you? Where you are most active?
I am at www.cinemasters.net, as well as my Instagram, rua.fay.
Perfect. Check with her. She does answer and respond. Rua Faye, thanks for making the time. Cinemasters.net. Check her out. Continued success to you. And I lived in LA a long time. Jimmy Mack lives outside of it. If you need any tips or pointers, let us know. And best of luck to you.
Thank you for having me. And go check out Madison LeBlanc's Ada on the Dock.
Shameless plug.
Shameless,
Shout out.
shameless plug. And honorary Droog, she'll get that, by the way. Rua Faye has joined us this morning. Thank you for being a part of it. Welly. A little bit of the old ultra violence. Thank you very much, Rua. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Well, it's Friday, and that means coming up next, Jim, as we always do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday here at Radio Nemo at 11 o'clock on the dot. The good people of OOIDA check in with their wonderfully produced show, Truckin' with OOIDA. What are they going to be talking about on this Friday, the 15th?
Artificial intelligence is going to be on the docket. They're going to talk to a couple of experts in the field about how it's already made a big incursion into the transportation industry. And then Ashley and Scott are going to pivot. They're going to talk with the people over in Missouri about the expansion of the highway system over there. There's also the news and all the information they cover, as well as their ongoing banter. It's Ashley and Scott for Trucking with OOIDA, coming up precisely at 11 o'clock in the center, 12 o'clock in the east. It's all part of RadioNemo.com. You can find us on the Heart of I, the Audacity of Odyssey, and a whole bunch of other groovy places, including YouTube, where we've been yakking it up this morning. Lindsay, it is good to see you. What are you doing this weekend?
I have literally zero plans this weekend outside of I have to have my daughter at softball practice Sunday at 5. That's the extent of my plans. And I'm doing some work. We're doing a lot of work around the house, actually. That's probably our very unexciting plans, is still digging holes and working on our house. So probably that's not very exciting. But.
Well, I got to tell you, it really is exciting, because I've got to the point in my life where setting the table for a dinner party has become a very exciting thing for me. And I feel like that what you're doing right now is just kind of building and putting a infrastructure in place to make sure that all of the projects in your life continue to grow and expand, while at the same time making a little time for the people that you love. Well done. Nice weekend.
Back at you. What you doing this weekend?
Watching a lot of movies and dreaming and scheming a whole world into existence in a very, very small way called a journal, because we should write.
Right?
Right.
Speaking of that, my guest next week on We Should Write is Sunny Sweeney at a table away. I love her. She's one of my favorite country artists, actually. And yeah, that's it. She's one of my favorite country artists. She's just a badass, a great writer, a great performer. I'm really excited to talk to her next Wednesday on We Should Write.
I got to tell you, seeing you on Spotify made me be like, I know it's Spotify, that you're every place else too now, but it's like, it's happening. It's really happening. 4 episodes, the 5th one coming up next Wednesday. With that, we are done. Madison with a T, filmmaker extraordinaire, bringing us Cine lovers extraordinaire. Hit that music as you have done. We rumble, bumble, stumble our way out. Guys, go to shadyrays.com for this weekend. Make sure they got your back.
That's what I'm doing this weekend. I'm just walking around wearing Shady Rays.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
AI cannot replace the human aspects of trucking. What AI can do, however, is to help with the stuff around the trucking.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson. We've got a good one today, Ashley, here in just a moment. You heard him there briefly talking about artificial intelligence. Jackie Zhao, head of innovation for truckstop.com. We've talked about this before. I am fascinated by the prospects of AI. I'm also terrified by the prospects of, not
it's
terrified.
It's kind of overwhelming to think about. So
yeah, and just how fast this has come on. We'll talk to Jackie about the ways in which AI is being used right now in trucking, the ways in which it could be used in the future. We'll talk about the good. We'll talk about the bad. All the potential there,
for sure.
Everything around. So looking forward to that too, a little bit later on here.
Yeah.
And then maps. We're going to talk maps, right?
Ed Hassinger, the director of Missouri DOT. Missouri State Map, fresh off the printer. Well, maybe not fresh. It's been out for a few weeks, I think. You already have yours.
I've got mine. I got to figure out a place to put it. Yeah.
We're going to talk to him about that.
Yes, absolutely. Before all that, though, let's get into some news here, Ashley, and we've got quite a bit to cover. And let's begin with the, I guess, seemingly never-ending battle over California's strict emissions regulations. This is a conversation that never seems to come to a conclusion here. And the newest thing here, and probably not for a while, especially now, because we've got this new lawsuit. Only this one's a little bit different because the plaintiffs are the four big OEMs. We've got Daimler International, PACCAR, and Volvo coming together to sue the state of California. And what they're claiming here is that they're being forced to comply with the Clean Truck Partnership. This was the agreement, if you recall, that was announced about 2 years ago in 2023 between CARB, the California Air Resources Board, of course, the truck manufacturers, and the Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association. If you remember, at the time, the state of California had a waiver in place from the EPA that essentially allowed it to put stricter emission regulations into place. That, of course, changed a couple months ago when Congress and then President Trump rescinded that waiver. So what we're looking at here is the OEMs essentially saying in this lawsuit that, we've got the federal government kind of telling us one thing, that we don't have to comply with these strict regulations. And then we've got California on the other side saying the opposite. So that's a claim here from the manufacturers, from the OEMs in the lawsuit. And they're asking the courts here to kind of help clarify what they are actually required to do under the law. And then in the meantime, while they figure that out, hit pause on the requirements. So the courts are going to hash this out. That will, of course, take time, as it usually does. But if you're keeping track, California also is a plaintiff in a separate case against the EPA and the federal government, in which the state is challenging the rescinding of that waiver. So we've got lawsuits.
A lot going on there.
A banjo, what was a dueling banjos kind of situation there. But so interesting. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah. Truck recall to tell you about more than 1,000 International Motors LT model year 2024 through 2026 and RH model year 2025 trucks have been recalled. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the problem on the affected trucks is the hill start assist exhaust port may become clogged with ice and debris, which could cause the release of the service brakes to be delayed or completely prevented. Trucks affected by the recall include those with Eaton or International automated manual transmissions with electric stability control or automatic traction control. As for the fix, authorized dealers will relocate the Hill Start Assist valve exhaust on affected International trucks for free. Notification letters to be sent out on September 29th. This is one thing I don't know. Why so late? Well, it's August, 15th? Why can't we be sending these out
a little bit earlier?
I don't know.
Well, they got to get the envelopes and the stamps, and I don't know. Yeah, but if you have a question, if you've, got one of these vehicles and you're worried or concerned or even think that you might be affected, call your dealership and they'll help you out with all of that.
For sure.
Let's stay here for a bit at the OEM well, if you will, and briefly talk about one other story, really the biggest story of the week, perhaps, that being the EPA's DEF announcement. If you missed it, yesterday we talked about this in depth, the EPA offering guidance to manufacturers about DEF, urging them to update DEF system software in trucks to prevent sudden shutdowns. This is something that the EPA had been hearing from a lot of people about regarding problems. We hear about this a lot as well. And we said yesterday that we had reached out to the OEMs for comment and promised to bring those responses when we had them. We've got a few now. We'll share these with you. A Volvo spokesperson told us they, quote, believe the new strategy strikes the right balance between ensuring the potential system problems are addressed in a timely fashion and addressing customer concerns about the productivity impacts of the current inducements. Daimler also reaching back out to us after asking for a quote there. A spokesperson saying that they are currently evaluating the scope of the move and its implications. They also added, though, that they are supportive of these efforts to provide more flexibility with regard to DEF inducement. PACCAR responded by saying they respectfully declined to comment. Still have not heard back from International for a reaction there. But worth noting, the trucking industry as a whole, for the most part, all the reaction coming in, all the quotes from different associations, very supportive of this move. And as we said yesterday, lots of questions
For sure.
still remaining to be answered here. You know, how's this going to happen? The software update. How much is it going to cost? Yeah. How
Time,
long is it
yeah.
going to take? Exactly. Who goes in when and where and all that stuff. So we'll keep asking the questions. And when we get the answers, we'll have them for you right here.
Definitely. Cargo theft in Georgia to tell you about involved 3 tractor trailers that were filled with TVs, mini fridges, sinks, various goods. 4
Sinks?
people. Sinks.
Like, what's the thing? Packing the
Everything.
the kitchen sink,
but
everything
the
but the
kitchen
kitchen.
sink.
Yeah, these guys
people
apparently took it.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
4 people have been arrested, according to the Bibb County Sheriff's Office. This situation, it goes all the way back to December of last year. That's when police were first notified of two missing tractor trailers. They checked out the GPS on those, found those trailers completely emptied out. A few months later, a 3rd tractor trailer was stolen and emptied. All 4 people arrested were charged with felony theft by taking in violation of the Georgia Racketeering Influenced Corrupt Organizations Act. But law enforcement is still investigating this as well.
Just the latest in a string of cargo thefts. Usually we're talking about Philadelphia, it seems, and meat.
Yeah.
But now we're talking Georgia and
Georgia.
sinks. Yeah. Well,
And
I'm
the
glad
kitchen sinks.
they caught these folks, alleged to have done this. But
They'd also said flat screen TVs, and I thought, are we selling any other type of TV? Are we able to get a tube TV? I don't know.
like the VCR combo one
Yeah.
that I used to have a long time
I had
ago.
one of those as well.
Yeah.
I had a DVD.
DVD.
I'm a little younger than
well,
you,
I had
though.
the DVD VCR combo.
Oh.
Speaking of technology, we're talking how quickly that's moved on.
Yeah.
From that to DVDs to nobody owns any
no.
physical things anymore. We're going to talk artificial intelligence, a topic I'm very interested in. You don't think about it as much, apparently.
I do not.
You do not,
I
but
do
you're going to
not.
have to here pretty
In a
shortly.
few minutes, yeah.
And everybody listening will have to as well, because AI is coming, whether we like it or not. Jackie Zhao of truckstop.com is coming up right after this break. Welcome back. As someone who is equal parts excited and terrified about the prospects of artificial intelligence in terms of its effect on basically everything, we've been looking for someone who can explain what it all looks like, especially in terms of how it might affect the trucking industry. And we found him. Jackie Zhao, head of innovation for truckstop.com, joins us on the line now. Jackie, thanks for talking with us. I am looking forward to this conversation.
God, thank you. Thanks for having me on.
So, a lot of questions about where we are, where we might be headed here. Let's start a little bit with you and I guess your relationship with AI. How did you kind of get involved in all of this to begin with?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. I'm the head of innovation over at truckstop.com. I spent the last 15 plus years in supply chain technology across various roles in various industries. I've kind of seen most of it from across all sides of the table. As far as how I got into AI, it was really right after college for me. I started at Samsung and I was working on their global supply chain. And I was building a lot of their software that helped track their inventory, right? The movement of their goods, spot any delays before they happen. So what we were doing there was we were predicting, whether these multi-million-dollar equipment, when they might fail. And that way teams can do preventive maintenance before things broke down, right? So basically I was using data and early AI models to make sure those factories around the world didn't run out of parts, they didn't break down, and the whole operation just could keep running smoothly. So that was my earliest experience with AI. It was like right out of college. Had a ton of fun, learned a lot, but I had to jump into freight specifically at Coyote Logistics back in 2016. They've been acquired by RXO, and that's where I really got pulled into this industry. So growing up, never really thought about trucking, but after being around it for so long and just seeing how much coordination and hustle it takes to move goods across the country, like I was just instantly hooked, man. So every time I see the trucks on the road, I think like, okay, this is what keeps the economy running. It's actually my second tour at truckstop.com. Recently rejoined roughly like 3 weeks ago, actually. So I'm a new employee, but old employee at the same time. But at Truckstop, we're really focused on building AI tools to help the carriers, not just the brokers. From what I've been seeing, just like, being in the industry, there's a ton of tech out there for the brokers, especially the large enterprise brokers already. But for the small fleets, for the owner operators, we truly believe that they deserve the same quality of tools. So we're working really hard to build that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
I'm curious, you mentioned about, never imagining yourself like kind of in the trucking industry. I can't imagine you ever saw yourself in the artificial intelligence industry either,
Especially 15 years ago.
15 years ago,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I mean, the artificial intelligence, I think, is such a broad term, and I think it's like evolved over the years. I think like in terms of like AI and what AI really meant over the years, back then it was really about how do you use machine learning, how do you use predictive analytics to find the best rate or find the best optimal load for, the truck driver, for example. But over the years, especially like after November 2022, when ChatGPT came out into the world, everyone started thinking of AI as these like large language models where you talk to it and it responds back to you with, something that sounds really real and realistic. And it's able to like mimic some sort of reasoning and advanced thinking, right? That's the sort of capability. So I think like over the years, like the definition of AI has definitely changed. It's such a broad term, but I think whenever we talk about AI these days, I think everyone refers to like the language models, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's because what most people I think are using it, and that's their, experience with it. Have you been surprised? I have been surprised at just how quickly this has exploded. I mean, in the past, it was you'd see something in the movies, and this is what the future is going to look like with AI, and it's going to help us with that. And it always seemed like kind of a theory that was down the line, down the line, down the line. I mean, in the past, year and a half, 2 years, it seems to be already taking over so many aspects of life. Have you been surprised by that?
I have been surprised at the pace of it. Like we're definitely seeing a ton of momentum on our side, even as like the engineering side, right? The builders, and honestly, like these language models, they're improving fast. Like every 3 to 6 months, there's like it's not just a stepwise improvement. It's like massive improvements. They're either getting a lot cheaper, they're either getting a lot faster, or they're getting a lot smarter. And they're starting to handle complex workflows better and better. When I started working with large language models, back in early 2023, we had to do a lot of things just because these models were not as smart. They couldn't handle a lot of input text. They were slow and they were very costly. So we had to do a lot of things on our end to kind of play tricks to punk out the input, for example, or slow things down just to make sure that like the users don't feel like they're waiting like 20 seconds for a response. But now all the things that we've done in the past, it's like, well, wait a minute, the models themselves have improved to a point where you can just call it and it will respond back with a really coherent, accurate answer without you having to, do all the additional plumbing and extra enrichment that you previously had to do. So it was definitely very surprising for us. At Truckstop, we're really exploring, a lot of the ways to how do we bring that power to the carriers, right? And again, not just the brokers. Like one thing that we're kind of seeing in the future, especially now that there's like voice AI out there for the brokers, I'm sure carriers are getting a lot of phone calls from these like robo dialers. One thing that we're seeing in the industry, and my prediction is that like there's probably going to be an AI dispatcher to work on behalf of the carriers.
Yeah.
right? So think of it as like a personal assistant for the driver. Right now, they're probably getting slammed with calls, with texts, with emails, with load offers, tracking text, like where's the load. So I can imagine how overwhelming that is for the drivers, for the carriers. So I think like down the road, there's going to be something that is able to take all that input, synthesize it really well, show the driver, exactly based off of everything that's coming at you, what are the best options in a very clean, easy, digestible format. What that looks like could, either be a text message, it could be an email, it could be something that you just look over the phone. But then it also reaches out to the brokers on your behalf if and when you give the green light, right? So it's like if the rate is too low, you know what? Let's just filter that out.
Yeah.
If you want to negotiate, yeah, the AI can do that for you within the limits that you set, right? That's the key part here. It's like we want to keep the human in the loop, and the human's always at the driver's seat, no pun intended, right? So this isn't really pie in the sky stuff. Like Scott, I think this is going to be coming out in the next couple months. Like before the end of the year, I'm sure you're going to see something out there, even if it's at version 1, even if it's a prototype. I think it's real tech that it's going to help the small fleets compete at an enterprise level.
When would you say the AI first started being incorporated into trucking?
I think it's been incorporated into trucking for a long time. When I started at Coyote, we were already working on load matching. We were already working on like carrier recommendation, as well as like rate prediction and benchmarking. So I would imagine that had already occurred probably like 3 or 4 years before I joined. Now, at the time, computing was not as strong back then. Like it was just not as powerful. So the computers couldn't handle as much data. They couldn't, I'll say, quote unquote, think as fast. But over the years, data storage has gotten so cheap, and compute, and especially with Amazon, Google, Microsoft, they've been kind of pouring a ton of resources into the data centers. It's gotten so cheap for engineers to go and take a large amount of data set, apply it to a machine learning algorithm, right, quote unquote. It's just really a fancy word for like a recipe, like a mathematical recipe, and then come out with results, right? So it's able to take in like massive amounts of data about, let's just say, pricing for a particular lane, and it's able to find patterns without you, the human, specifying what to look for, right? It's able to just say, hey, these are the patterns that I'm seeing just based on the data alone. Now, where the human comes in is like, you can't just completely go off of the data, right? There's a lot of nuance in a particular price of a lane. There's a lot of nuance in terms of like which load you want to take next. So the human kind of comes in as like after the fact to make sure that the AI, the machine learning algorithm, so to speak, isn't making the wrong assumption, right? Just because it says in the data, there could be a very nuanced, valid reason for why that's the case. So I don't think the human ever goes away, but AI has always been around in the industry. It's just in different form factors. You know what I mean? It's sometimes it's in terms of price prediction. Sometimes it's in terms of like optimizing the next load for your route to take you back home. Sometimes it's really for fraud protection. But it's always been around in different form factors. It's maybe not always like right out in your face. I think the best types of AI are the ones that are built right inside your workflow, where you don't even notice it, right? It's not something that's intrusive. It's just like seamless within your day-to-day workflow.
Can we talk a little bit? And I think it's interesting. A few things you said there I think are interesting, and I'd like to kind of go down the path of exploring them a little bit. But you talk about how it's being used now, and you talk about brokers really utilizing this, and I think that's where we're seeing it the most. And correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. Carriers are using it more and more. I think for owner operators out there, there are a lot of concerns about what this could mean for the future of their companies and their livelihoods. Can we talk about kind of, I guess, the entire ecosystem? Because you're talking a lot of benefits here in terms of increasing efficiency and making sure that, everything's working in the best way that it possibly can, and AI can certainly help with that. Can we talk about, again, I think in the context of both, potential benefits here are great, but there are a lot of potential downsides as well. Can you kind of
Yeah.
talk about those two and how they balance out? Because that's going to be a very difficult tightrope to walk as we kind of go down this path. And again, the technology is it's developing so quickly. It's hard to keep track of where this is going.
100%. And Scott, 100% agree, for sure. And I think it's important to be honest about that, right? One of the big risks with these large language models, like a lot of the AI software that I'm sure you're seeing out there today, is that they can hallucinate. Right? That's a very real thing.
Hallucinate. What do you mean by that?
Yeah. So like that means that if the system isn't built properly, it can give you the wrong information or make up something that sounds real but isn't.
That doesn't help.
Right? And that does not help, right? And that almost does more harm than good in a sense, right? Like if you don't know something, I'd rather you tell me that you don't know it and make up something incorrect, and then I take an action off of that incorrect information, right? So that is a very, very huge risk in AI models. So for the owner operators with the small fleets, for carriers overall, the carrier base overall, like you have to make sure that the tool that you're looking at has the right guardrails and has the right data to anchor onto. So a lot of AI demos that you see today, they look great on quote unquote the happy path, right? So happy path is when things go 100% correct. You feed it the best optimal conditions and it looks great, right? It does everything great. But the real test is when things go sideways, right? So what happens when something weird comes in? What if a broker sends a poorly formatted email? What if the broker forgets to attach, the rate confirmation, for example? That's when you find out if the AI is solid, if the platform that you're testing out, that you're vetting is solid. So not all AI tools are equal. So even if they use the same base foundational model, if they say, oh, we use like an open AI model or we use like an Anthropic model or a meta model, the data, the setup, the prompting, the guardrails, all of that makes a huge difference. So what I recommend is test the tool. Don't just buy into the marketing, right? Because I've seen a lot of bad demos on my end, on my side as well. Look at the unhappy paths too, right? And that's really where the truth comes out. So for the folks who if they feel overwhelmed with AI, I think that the best bit is to open up ChatGPT and just play with it, push it to the limits. Treat it as if it's an intern. That's how I treat it. Actually, it's an intern. It's very smart. It's very book smart, but it's very green, right? It's very inexperienced. So you almost have to tell it exactly what you need to. Like more is better in the case, right? So give it more information, more specific information. That's always better. More is better. Because the intern is very new, but the intern is very book smart. So as long as you give it really good information and as long as you give it really specific, explicit instructions, more times than not, it's gonna follow your instructions. But like as far as the other concern goes, is it eventually going to replace drivers? I would say no, right? Not even close. We're not even there yet. I think like I have a lot of conviction that like trucking is just way too complex. Just having been in this industry for 15 plus years, way too complex, way too physical, and it's too human for that. So like you need the experience, you need the judgment, and you need the relationship to do this job well. AI cannot replace the human aspects of trucking. What AI can do, however, is to help with the stuff around the trucking, right? So I'm talking about the tedious paperwork, the load searching, the fielding the emails, filtering through all the noise in your emails, your phone calls, your text message, all the other time-consuming things that pile up when you're trying to run a business of your own. That's where AI is most suited for, right? It's like the text messages, like those things.
Like an assistant.
So for the small fleets, it's exactly like your assistant or your dispatcher, however you want to call it. But like for the small fleets or owner operators, it works in the background, helps you move faster, catch things earlier, and reduce a lot of that like mental overhead. So you're still in control. It's just that the AI helps you do more with less.
I'm curious. I'm thinking of the truck driver that's listening right now going down the road and thinking, I am not going to use AI.
No, thank you.
I don't want anything to do with it. What do you say to that person? And Is that even a possibility, or is it going to be a possibility to avoid AI?
You might not have a choice,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the best AI isn't intrusive. Like our goal here is so truck stop goal is pretty simple. Like we want to be the best freight marketplace out there. So that means doing more than just listing loads. It means showing you the right loads at the right time, not just whatever's out there. Building the tools that you can trust, or tools that help you run your business, not get in the way. Proactively fight fraud to protect carriers and small fleets, and then like supporting you through every step in your workflow. So things like planning a load, planning a route, booking a load, to getting paid, right? So like the proprietary data that we have in our ecosystem helps improve that experience. And at the end of the day, it's not just about like moving freight, it's about helping carriers, especially the owner ops, to run a profitable, efficient, sustainable business. And as I said earlier, the best use of AI is not in your face. The best use of AI is like behind the scenes, in the background. We want to make it seem like the drivers don't even realize that they have to go and learn this new tool. This is just part of their day-to-day. And because it's so seamless and part of your workflow, AI is helping you, and you don't even know it, right? It's just, oh, by the way, I noticed that you're going from Chicago to Atlanta and you're driving a dry van. Here's another load going out of Atlanta that's going back to your home base. Right? Something as simple as that, something that's helpful, where you're not having to go and talk to another chatbot or talk to this like robo dialer to come up with a response. So something that's like very, don't key in on your day-to-day workflow.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sap Brothers.
We're still talking with Jackie Zhao about AI from truckstop.com. Jackie, kind of to Ashley's point earlier here, when you hear all this information, it's so overwhelming. And to kind of piggyback off your question, Ashley, there are people listening right now that are like, no thanks. I want no part of this. They may not have a choice down the line. But, I think this is coming for better or for worse. To those who are so apprehensive about it, is there anything, and maybe you said it earlier in terms of like playing around with ChatGPT, but are there things that they could be doing right now to kind of incorporate this into their business now in the most kind of easy, not confrontational, not scary way? And what does that look like?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of tools out there, and it's free, it's cheap. Claude is one of them. That's CLAUDE by Anthropic. You can download their desktop application, and you can connect it to your email, your Google Drive, and just right off the bat, it can help sort emails for you. It can help highlight and triage what are the most important emails that you're getting. So if you're getting 50, 100 emails a day before you even get your first cup of coffee, just from brokers everywhere, kind of like I do, it's going to be helpful to help sift through all that noise. Right now, I would suggest, don't just dip your feet into it. Don't jump right into the river, so to speak, and be able to get comfortable with it. Hey, if I have the AI, looking at this work inbox for this particular one folder that brokers are sending me emails to, how do I best organize it? How do I best figure out which emails or which load offers are the most important, right? And then how do I go and get the information back out and summarize it really quickly? Like, to me, that is already a huge win. I'm already doing that, and it takes, I would say, probably it saves at least an hour and a half out of my day every day. And then from there, you start to get more comfortable, and you start to wonder, well, great, what is the next thing that I can do to help save me my time? Because at the end of the day, AI is not the enemy. AI is really just a tool. It really gives the hardworking businesses, the tools to compete, to grow, to stay ahead without having to become like technology experts. And when you start to see a lot of the value, you start thinking, where else can I apply this to my business? And for the folks who are a little apprehensive about using AI right now, that's totally fine. But know this, AI is not going to replace people. However, people using AI will replace people, right? So like your competition, your fellow drivers, they're going to be using AI. They're going to be able to do 2x, 3x more and get more out of their day. So when you start to see that, the question then is, is it time to look at it? Is it time to explore it, to dabble in it? And again, we don't have to jump, 100 feet into the water. We can just like dip our toes in it.
Well, it may be get in the water, or you're not in the water anymore. That analogy didn't work, but you may not have a choice. Again, I think that's the question here for sure.
Yeah.
I'm curious, we've talked about AI in the trucking world, but I'm curious from your perspective, looking at the bigger picture, the greater implications of AI on society and the economy. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's actually really interesting, because I've been thinking a lot about it as well from my side, right? I think what we're going to see, and my time frame could be off. It could be 10 years down the line, or it could be as soon as 3 years down the line. But I think what we're going to see in the future is that humans, instead of being servants of work, we become orchestrators of work. And what that means is we will have all these AI interns, these assistants, working alongside with us. And you can just quickly spin up 1 assistant, 2 assistant, 3 assistant, pretty cheaply, pretty inexpensively, and quickly. And they're going to have the same level of intelligence and reasoning capabilities as, like, let's just say, like a graduate student right out of college. And they're able to take on a lot of these like tedious administrative tasks. So the humans, right, us in this room, we don't have to go and partake in those tasks. Rather, we have to now manage the AI to do those tasks correctly. So we all sort of eventually become managers of our little AI assistant interns. I think that's already happening. We're already seeing that in some aspects of the technology industry. We've noticed that a lot of software engineers, they're using AI to help build tools, and they're able to build something that typically takes 20 hours in less than half an hour. Right, so the productivity gains alone is incredible, but that doesn't mean you just set it and forget it and you walk away. That means you're managing that AI intern, and you're evaluating the output, the code, so to speak, and the results, and you're applying like really hard quality checks around that. Just like how you won't let the intern go handle your finances, you're going to double check what the intern is doing, but you know what to check for, right? So the human has to still be in the driver's seat. The human still has to be the expert, that domain level expert, and has to be able to make that judgment call. The world, I think, is already heading there. I think it's just a matter of, which industries it's hitting first. But I think it's important to start to enter into that sort of mindset of like being orchestrators of work.
I said at the beginning, I'm kind of equal parts excited and terrified about where we're headed here. I think the exciting things are the things that you talked about there.
Yeah.
There are these people who say this could end up curing cancer and, taking care of a lot of our problems. I tend to go to the darker side.
He's
Sometimes,
a little cup half
a
full
little
here.
cynical, I suppose we could say at times. But, to that point, I think about the scary things too. Again, we look at the movies as kind of being, foretellers here of where we might be headed, of AI taking over the world and, launch nuclear missiles or, whatever it may be. Do you have concerns too? And again, this may be about who is programming these things, but what are your concerns, I guess, about the kind of less optimistic side?
Yeah, no, I think that's really valid, Scott. And I have those same concerns as well, to be honest with you. Just because I know firsthand that these tools, this technology is so powerful and capable. If it's in the wrong hands, even if it's not for nefarious reasons, let's just say that the builder just didn't just put up the proper guardrails in place, and they let the AI have access to everything. They let the AI, control your computer, for example. And if the AI starts to hallucinate, it could really it could really do some damage, right? And if you apply that to a larger scale, let's just say at a national level, that could be pretty dangerous. That's why it's really important, I think, to have that level of education. Don't be afraid of it. It's coming. That genie is out of the bottle. It's coming. So definitely have that, education to learn about it, understand what these large language models are capable of, but also fully understand their limitations. The tool itself, the technology itself is not evil. It's the people who are applying it. And I think that's kind of where they can do bad things or they can do really good things. But it's really important to have A, the regulation behind it, B, the education around it, and then C, the guardrails. That I think is really important. And we need to have that sooner than later because this technology is evolving at such a fast pace. And there's also a lot of goods that we can build out of it, right? Like one of the first things that we built at Truck Stop was like rate insights, for example, right? Like how do you quickly see what a lane is paying you, not just where you're going, but like what your rate looks like when you get there. So you're always like thinking one step ahead, right? So it's like we can definitely use this technology to help your business, like drive more revenue, drive more efficiency in your day-to-day life. So it really depends on how you want to use it. But that's why I think having the proper guardrails, proper regulation, and education in place is absolutely critical.
And real quick, Jackie, if you were to give kind of a percentage, are you more optimistic? It sounds like you're more optimistic than pessimistic about this. Are we talking like 60-40, 70-30? What's the split there?
I would say I'm 60-40.
60-40, okay.
On the optimistic side. Yeah, because I do know that it is a very powerful tool, but I also know that it can definitely be damaging if not used correctly. And I've seen a lot of demos out there where it's just not built properly, and people are getting a bad experience out of it.
Yeah.
Now, everyone's learning, right, at this such a rapid pace, which tells me that we're eventually gonna get there, right? And I think as long as there's proper education, regulation in place, the proper guardrails, I'm confident that people will build tools to do good things, not harmful things.
Yes, that is
That's
the
good.
hope.
It's encouraging.
And that's what I hope too. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. But Jackie, I've really enjoyed this conversation. I think it's interesting too. Truckstop.com is where people should go for more information on how they can utilize some of this stuff, right?
Yes, absolutely. And Scott, Ashley, thanks for having me on. Really appreciate the chance to chat about this topic that's near and dear to my heart. To all the drivers out there listening, we see you, we respect you, and we're building tools out there to make your businesses easier, smarter, and more efficient. So definitely take care out there, stay safe, and we'll catch you down the road. Appreciate it.
Love it. Thank you so much, Jackie. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit HowsProducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truckstop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truckstop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Welcome back. Scott, I'm curious, do you use a map or do you use your phone?
I use a map on my phone.
Okay, so
I don't use physical maps very often.
But do you
if at
have
all.
a physical map?
I actually, well, as of a couple days ago, I do, because I got one in the mail from the Missouri DOT, which is what brings us to this conversation.
Which is exactly
right
what
here.
we are about to talk about.
Yeah.
Those are hot off the press, off the printer, if you will.
State maps.
Yeah. So we are going to get Ed Hassinger, the director of the Missouri Department of Transportation. We're going to give him a call.
Yeah.
Ask him a few questions
Let's
about these.
call him up.
Hi, Ashley. This is Ed Hassinger.
Hi, Ed. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great.
All right. I am here, but also with my co-host, Scott Thompson.
Hey,
You'll
Ed.
also hear.
How you doing?
Hey, Scott.
Hey, just want to let you know we were really enjoying that hold music. Have you listened to the hold music when you call your number there?
No.
Oh, okay.
Was it rock and roll?
It's like a jazz. I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. It's like a jazzy,
90s-esque.
Yeah.
We didn't hate it.
I didn't hate it. No, I kind of liked it actually. So
I
anyway,
was thinking we should have like the long and winding road or the highway to hell or something like that, right?
Yeah.
That might be fitting.
There you go. Well, you can put in a word.
But there was no company that wanted to do that for us, so
Yeah, you'd be paying a bit of a royalty fee probably.
Yeah,
for
the royalties would probably kill us on that one, wouldn't it?
Well, this hot compliments to whoever picked that whole music. I was enjoying it for sure. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
All right. So I saw the other day that Missouri came out with the 2025-2026 official state highway map. I'm going to be honest, I was a little bit surprised by this. But obviously there's still important, there's still a demand for these, right?
Oh, there's a huge demand. It's kind of interesting in the, in the world of GPS and everybody's got it on their phone. The demand for maps is still pretty strong. And, I don't know, a lot of people are still map people, you can look at it on your phone, but, you unfold the map and you can kind of see the whole state at once and you can maybe, see where you want to go. If you know where you're going, probably GPS is the way to go. But if you're kind of just thinking about what things you might want to do on your way, a map is a good way. And also there's a lot of places in the state that there isn't great cell service. So having a map in your glove box sometimes is a pretty good idea for safety and, when your phone runs out of juice, right, or something like that. So yeah, we printed about 675,000 this year, and we will probably distribute all of those, and we'll do it again next year. And then we update the map every 2 years. So, there's some small changes that get made and some things that we add to the map every couple of years. And of course, this is a new year with a new governor. So the governor is featured on the map talking about the state of Missouri. And there's a lot of other interesting things that are on there this year that, I think are of interest, not just highways and how to get from one place to the other, but there's a lot of other points of interest, trails and historic sites and bike routes and rest areas, roadside parks, things like that. In addition to the main thing, which is it shows the almost 34,000 miles of state highways and, which is highly important for us. And yeah, so we unveiled it at the state fair, at the Highway Gardens on opening day of the state fair. And I went by there yesterday, and we were giving them out as fast as people could come in. They were going after them, so it was good.
Yeah, and I'm sure our audience, primarily truck drivers, I mean, they would be the ones. I know my stepfather's a truck driver, and he very much would choose a paper map well over GPS any day. I'm curious, you said you saw people taking them. Is there a certain demographic you find that is geared toward these, or is it kind of, across the map?
Do
no
young
pun
people
intended.
look at it and they're like,
Yeah.
what is that
What is
thing?
this?
What is that relic of the
Well,
past?
I did have somebody at the Highway Gardens say, "What is this?" Yeah, so that does exist. We don't really, check the demographics. They're free, and we give them out at events like this and public meetings, and then people will call us and request one. But we don't really kind of do a demographic survey of who's getting maps.
So obviously you mentioned you do this every year and you make changes every couple years, I think you said there. Can you talk a little bit about the process and what that looks like? Because, obviously there are roads, and if they haven't changed, you don't have to do much. But in terms of making sure that everything is accurate, everything is updated, and you obviously want to make sure that everything is as up to date as can be. What does that process look like, and how many hours does it take? How many people? Everything. What's involved there?
Well, in our planning section, we have a group that works on not only the state map, but all the other mapping that we do for projects and keeping track of the system, at the engineering level. So, I mean, we have huge databases of every thing you can imagine that it takes to build, maintain, and operate a roadway system. And so we have some really skilled and talented people that keep those really detailed, GIS databases of all the different things that we deal with. And so it's not only roads and bridges, but, we also have our public use airports, our public ports on the rivers, our railroads. And so all those kind of create layers of the map, and we have a team that puts those all together. And then certainly we send kind of the drafts out to all of our district offices and say, hey, let's take a look at this, make sure it's accurate, make sure the things on there are spelled right. And it's really an ongoing long-term process that really takes a lot of people within the organization, in addition to the people that are full-time, database and mapping experts that work on this and the other things that we do to do our business. And then we ask our folks on the ground to kind of do the double check, and we update that every 2 years for any changes, and then we do when we have a census update, we do a big update because the map also has the population of every place in the state. So the 10-year redo has a lot more work involved in it. But yeah, it takes a pretty big effort to do this. But it's not just for the state map; it's for that and everything else that we do to manage and operate the system.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the census data. This is the first map that has the new information from, was it 2020?
The previous map would have had some of the 2020s, but this will be the second one that'll have that data in it. I think.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
Are you, Ed? Are you a big map guy? Because there is a kind of a fandom out there. Fandom maybe not the right word, but are you someone that enjoys delving into maps and looking at them and finding those little towns that you never heard of and things like that?
I like a good map. Yeah. I'm one that likes to look at the map, different kind of maps, and you when you're thinking about, hey, where do I want to go on vacation? It's I got the big map on the wall of the United States, and yeah, I kind of like a good map.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned this gets updated every 2 years, of course. We've kind of been following, of course, we're in Missouri as well, some of the I-70 construction, which obviously that will be in a couple of years updated there. Can you talk to me about how the widening of I-70 is going?
It's going great. We have been very fortunate that the legislature and the governor have seen the need that we've been talking about in Missouri for a long time, and put some general revenue money towards the expansion and actually rebuild. People don't remember I-70 was the first interstate in the entire country to go under contract in St. Charles County in 1956.
Yeah.
And so it's well overdue to be rebuilt and modernized for the next 70 years. But yeah, it's going at light speed, and we have 3 contracts under contract, and our goal is still to have the complete rebuild done by 2030, and I think we're on track to do that. There will be we're seeing some driver fatigue, of dealing with work zones. Our goal is to always have at least 2 lanes open each direction for the, kind of the most traffic times of the day, depending on where we're at. And we've been able to, I think, do that. But, there are work zones, and we want people to slow down and respect those speed limits and the people that are working in those work zones. But we've been able to meet that goal. And, I'm sure your audience is very well aware of what's going on there and needs to be, because it's pretty important. And but we think it's going really well.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about that, because as someone who has made plenty of trips between Kansas City and Columbia, Kansas City and St. Louis, and back and forth, anybody that's done that, I think, has thought to themselves, I wish this were wider. I wish we had a bit of a better system. When this gets done in a few years here, it really is going to make life easier for a lot of folks, right?
Oh yeah, I think a lot of the comments we got in the public meetings that we do for each piece, they're really willing to put up with a little bit of inconvenience while we build it, because they say, "Oh my gosh, we've needed this for so long. We're glad that it's coming." And the idea of 3 lanes across the entire state with improvements beyond that at some of our major interchanges is something we've all talked about for a really long time. And so we're talking about, more convenient, but more importantly, that it's going to be less congested. It's going to be safer. And, anything that happens on I-70 now that's unexpected creates huge traffic problems. If you experience that, if we have a minor fender bender, it can back up traffic in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
And there's really no place else to go. And so a third lane with full shoulders, I think that's something else that, we're going to do across the state, full shoulders on the outside. And at least the first 3 projects have been concrete barrier in the middle. Those are all things that I think will make that function way better, and it'll be, I think that it's sometimes when the traffic is heavy, it's not real comfortable to drive I-70 today,
Yeah.
and I think this will make that experience a lot better. Certainly, it'll be way more reliable, and people can count on, the transit time across the state will be really consistent, and yeah, so we're really excited about it and looking forward to keep that going.
Yeah, we're looking forward to the finished product as well. Real quick here, Ed, too, regarding the state maps, and actually I'm one of those 675,000? I got one of those 675,000 actually in my mailbox like yesterday or the day before. Anybody listening who's in Missouri who might want one, there's a website they can go to, right?
Right. They can go to the website, request a map, and we'll get it to them.
All right.
And, we're in other places. We're distributing them at the State Fair for the next few days. If you go to the State Fair, come by the Highway Gardens, and we got a free map for you.
Love it.
Awesome.
Excellent.
All right. Ed, I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
Our thanks again to Ed Hassinger of the Missouri Department of Transportation. Scott?
Thanks for listening. Yeah, thanks to Ed, and thanks to everybody out there for listening, and drive safe and take care. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message, or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.